Both of them. 5 pal. 2.
That damn Mike.
Gonna get the whole company. I can't believe y'all fell for that.
That damn Mike.
It's a damn shame. The only 2 people in the entire company who fell for that are on Dillon and Casey.
That damn Mike. Go to hell. Straight to hell. Oh, well, Tiny's pitching today.
That's worth watching. Hey, do what you can do, man. Try to do your best to stay relevant. Do your best to stay relevant.
That's Mike. Relevant. That's Mike. He's hacked our Google Sheets. That's Michael.
He might have. Carmichael. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
No, we ain't going a pair today. Can't stand up.
D-Lo, he does have hands. I don't know who's gonna fight him. But yeah, he got hands, bro. I got some ideas. Me and Damien gotta have a powwow.
It's weird that tweet was up there like you want to fight or something. Like you want to that charity boxing idea. That's not a bad idea.
Well, I wouldn't go charity boxing. I don't want to say anything further because I don't want nobody.
You know who's watching, yeah.
But I'll just say I wasn't thinking charity boxing.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Thursday, May 5th edition of Dillon and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Oh,
we got a little wow. They was laughing at Roman. They was laughing at Roman. Wow, hit us with the remix. Goodness gracious. Appreciate you so much for being here with us. So I guess we'll all just sit here and wait together. I was thinking about this. Like, let's just y'all want to talk about anything, call us. Y'all got anything on your mind, let us know. Because we have exhausted these 3 candidates. Well, I actually do have more I want to say on one particular candidate. Because I think the right candidate is out there. Not the safe candidate, the right candidate. And there are reasons I believe that he's right. We'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Heat and Suns each go up 2-0. Chris Paul, man. Oh, I guess we should mention this out of the gate. We'll talk more about it in a few minutes. Dillon Brooks suspended for Game 3 of Warriors and Grizzlies on Saturday.
Sounds about right.
That is official. Dillon Brooks is suspended. Okay. We'll talk more about it.
Fair in your eyes? We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. And like literally in a few minutes. I just want to give Chris Paul his roses, man. Chris Paul is playing extraordinary ball right now. As we mentioned, the Heat and the Suns both go up 2-0 in their series. The story coming out of last night's game for me, the evening of basketball, because ain't no basketball tonight, so we got to reflect on the good old days when there were basketball games.
I think this is the earliest we've ever had.
This is crazy.
Off nights.
This is crazy. There's no game tonight. Well, what am I going to do with myself?
Giants play tonight.
Dodgers?
No, Cardinals. I think it's another. Well, Giants aren't in first place. I was about to say a first place clash, but Giants definitely aren't in first place. But
I'll
hockey, Stanley Cup playoffs, a quadruple header.
You're losing all the way around here, bro. I'll pop in maybe
Saturday night main event, 1990.
There you go, 89. You go 89. You go 89. I think 90 is that. I think Warrior had the title in 90. That's a hard pass.
That is
for me,
phenomenal.
Dog.
Now
I'm not watching the Saturday night's main event with the Ultimate Warrior and his
that
purple
is
championship
phenomenal.
belt.
Did he ever get on Saturday Night Main Event? I feel like he
Sure.
did.
No, he
I
did.
feel like he did.
Sure, he did. Yeah, they were Saturday night's main event was still running strong with the Warrior. He killed it, but it was running strong when he had the belt. Yeah, definitely. Chris Paul, a close game in the fourth quarter, and Chris Paul not only took over, Chris Paul took over with an attitude. Chris Paul started calling timeouts for the Dallas Mavericks. Chris Paul couldn't be stopped, and that's not the first time we've talked about this. Chris Paul's play in the fourth quarter, man, Chris Paul's having a moment. Like this postseason feels special. Lots ahead. You got to get through. You got to get through the rest of this series. You've got to get through whoever's in front of you next, whether it's the Warriors or the Grizzlies. There's a lot ahead of him, but man, this postseason right now for Chris Paul feels very special.
I mean, I know I'm gonna sound like a Chris Paul stan. I usually do when this comes up, but man, I just love to see when Chris Paul operates the way he did in the fourth quarter last night. To me, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. What he did last night, talking his talk while doing it. It was, I'm fanboyed out when I was watching that game. I was like, look at that boy, Chris Paul. Oh my gosh. He's so sick. And he was just hitting him when he got Luka a couple times, and then they tried to switch off and Bullock hit him with a little pump. And then they were getting stops. Chris Paul would get the ball 92 feet away from the hoop and was orchestrating. Hey, there he is over there. You come set the screen. I want him.
Man, I don't know that we RIP Luka, but God bless it. I have my truth be told, I hope when this series is over, Phoenix is winning this series. I hope Monte pulls Luka aside and apologizes to him. Because what he has done to that man, what he did to him last night, that's just bullet. That's mean.
To be honest with you, I don't even no disrespect to the young coach who's going to be going to back-to-back NBA finals. I don't even think that's Monte's call. Luka's going to be like, yo, I need an apology. Monte's going to be like, that ain't me, bro. That ain't me. Don't look at me. I ain't do that to you. He going to say, that's all Chris. I ain't do that to you.
Yeah, we used to talk about Schmuddy Field and how teams would be like, now let's go. I think Kawhi Leonard did it on like 6 straight possessions, one Clippers Kings game.
Yeah.
It's like, let's just get Schmuddy on me. Get Schmuddy on me. Yo, they did that to Luka Doncic over and over and over last night.
Bro, it got so bad. First of all, they were abusing him. And then J Kidd said, hey, switch on to Biyombo. They put Doncic on Biyombo to get him away from Chris. Chris wasn't taking the bait. He said, no, Bismack, come this way. Come this way. Set that screen. And they did it that way. Then, after Chris Paul told him to call timeout, and he did, he came back and he came out in his zone. That's how nasty it got. He said, yo, Luka, just get on the zone. Get in the bottom of the zone. Oh. That was surgical. And just looking at them boys the whole time. Just looking at them. Gets an and one. And he's looking at the bench the whole time until he gets to the free throw line, and it's still looking at the it's just
he's looking at that bench like the umpire was looking at Madison Bumgarner. He didn't even blink.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Just staring at him, daring J Kidd to do something. Man, we're gonna learn a lot about Jason Kidd and his coaching ability in game number 3.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, we won't.
No,
ain't nothing he can do. Ain't nothing he can do. Their only hope is to hit 25 threes. And if they don't do that, they're probably not gonna win. Because throughout most of that game, there was a bunch of foul trouble with Phoenix. Yeah. They were going through it. Once again, nobody was really going off, and they couldn't really get over the hump with Phoenix. And then somebody went off, and it was like, we're done. Mm-hmm. We're done. Ain't nothing J Kidd can do. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to get swept. They can, I could see one of these games in Dallas going that way. Maybe even 2. I ain't going to lie to you. But they're going to have to hit like 25 threes. That's their only hope.
It's wild. Luka, I can't remember game one. Does he have 80 total points? Was it 45?
What did he finish with? Yeah, he had 45 in the first game, I believe.
35 last night.
Yeah.
And the story of last night's game is not the 35 points Luka Doncic scored.
Luka was cooking early, too.
Can you do the math on how many Luka gave up? Because it felt like he was the primary. Has there ever been a primary defender on 100% of the opposing team's possessions? Like there's against the Clippers for sure. There's a very real possibility that Luka Doncic gave up 100 of the 129 points scored last night. That's how bad. That's how hard they were going at that dude last night.
And the cold part about it is Luka was balling in that first half.
And you know what?
He was balling. He was killing. He was doing his thing, and it wasn't enough.
It's just because there ain't nobody there to help him.
Okay.
Like if you're gonna need some help on offense if you're gonna be that bad on defense.
Yeah, I agree. Now let me ask you this, because I know that's what people are gonna say next. The same wasn't nobody there to help him took 2 or 3 against Utah. I think it's once again more a fact of, and it's not like Luka's a ball hog necessarily. I don't think that's the case, but he's ball dominant. Maybe that's a better thing. And it doesn't allow these other guys to get in the groove the way they want. This is something that we see every postseason. He puts up phenomenal numbers, and it's because he's raw. Like, the man is sick. It's no knock on him. He can't be guarded a lot of the time. That's why he's able to put up, those numbers. He's great. But is it conducive to winning in the playoffs? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so 2 things. Is that on Luka, Kid, or the Mavericks?
My first thought would be it's on Kid and Carlisle, right? And I say Carlisle because it's the same issues. He let Luka go one-on-one all the time too.
Okay,
there has to be a little bit more creativity in the offense. Now, I maybe it's unfair to put it on Kid and Carlisle because maybe they're asking for more creativity and movement within the offense, and Luka's not doing it. I don't see that necessarily being the case. Luka doesn't seem to be a guy that's going to go against what his coach is asking to do and what the team's trying to do. But it looks the same. I'll say that. It's 2 different coaches, and it looks the same. Let Luka dribble the air out of the ball and either step back 3, attack, or try to drive and kick. Like, that's all it is all the time.
You said this is the same group that took 2 out of 3 from Utah with the 2 to 3 that you were alluding to. The games Luka was out. We're going to pretend like Utah isn't trash now.
Well, they're not as good as Phoenix, but they're not trash. Now,
we spent a whole series talking about how this is over. I don't even think the series has started before we said it was over.
Well, okay. Well, I'll say this:
didn't we say they were the worst team in the playoffs?
No, Denver was.
Oh, that's right. Denver was the worst team in the playoffs. That's very true. Denver was the worst team in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they had their own issues that they had going on, but it's the same thing. And against, let's just say you have trash Utah or trash Denver out there. Yeah, you could beat them. You're never going to beat a top flight team this way.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, they had the Clippers were a top flight team 2 years, and this Suns team, it's not going to work.
I didn't feel like Luka was. He did turn the ball over a lot, though.
I thought he was great in the first half. I thought he was magnificent, but I just think that could be figured out for the most part. Like, that's a lot on his plate.
I wonder if those switches got in his feelings, and he tried to do too much. Second half.
Yeah, something was going on with him too. He kept going to the locker room. I don't know if he was sick or hurt or what.
About to throw hands with fans that were out there.
Hands.
Incredible performance from Chris Paul, and another overall just really, really solid night from the Phoenix Suns, who are more and more looking like perhaps the best team in basketball right now. We'll talk about the other series in the Western Conference. We'll talk about the Warriors and the Grizzlies, update on Gary Payton II. And, of course, we'll talk about the Dillon Brooks suspension. And, as I told you, the 3 candidates left for the Sacramento Kings head coaching job, we've exhausted them all. And I believe the right coach is out there. Not the safe coach, the right coach. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So, Tony, what should we not talk about any game Luka's in then? Because he's 23 years old. We shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't have an opinion on it. And also, 26-year-old Michael Jordan had to get a better coach in a better offensive scheme that allowed everybody else to be a part of the program for them to take another step. That's essentially all we're saying here. We're not saying Luka's trash.
Ooh.
We're saying what's going on.
Ooh, that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
What we're saying is
that.
the way they're playing basketball right now just doesn't seem to work in the postseason. That's all we're saying. This is not an indictment on the skill level of Luka Doncic. I literally said that as I was saying this. I said the man is sick. He can't be guarded. He's the truth. The style of play, I don't know. I don't know if that works. And then Damian asked me whose fault it was. I said the coaches. I didn't even say Luka.
I don't think Tony listens.
When
Tony and Co, they're guys who just like they keep their.
That reminds me when we get back on. But Damian asked me, he's like, whose fault was it? And I said,
players, this is not on you.
So listen.
This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart. Y'all did everything right. It was the coaches. The coaches.
Look that little boy's ass.
Listen up.
Come on, man. That's terrible. Hey, we all laughing. We filming this. We putting it on the internet, but boy, you getting your ass whooped when we get home. I'll tell you that right now.
We're getting them likes, but come on, bro.
We getting them likes. We getting some social clout, but you getting your ass whooped the second we walk through that door. Y'all hit the thumbs up, man, while you here, please. Y'all been killing it the last couple days. We appreciate it. Let's stay on top of it, man. Let's get the thumbs up. We got a good show. Deuce Mo coming up. Olivia, final hour. Olivia always outlines her segment, and it's. You think some of my transitions are creative, or wait till I try to transition into some of this stuff O wants to talk about.
Maybach
Actually, all this stuff kind of works together. This is easy work. This is easy work.
This boy Otani just threw 100 in the bottom of the 6, like it's nothing. Oh no. He said he got what? Speaking of Reddit, just a little quick funny something that we got to mention when we go on the air. This is an on the air thing. This is funny. I don't think we talked about this. I don't think so.
That is exactly what we don't want. That would probably require us to stay a few hours later. So we don't want that. And I swear if Monte does this on Mother's Day, man, he should be ashamed of himself.
No,
Monte
really
has
should.
a mom. Come on.
He really should.
No, Ham is back tomorrow. Ham's back tomorrow. We'll just put Ham on high alert. If something happens tomorrow, he'll just come on when he's done making all of his calls and doing all of his writing. Comes right on.
I did see this, John. It's terrifying, actually.
Tennessee, like University of Tennessee?
Yeah. 105 multiple times. Easy.
On ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Dealing with KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Deuce and Mo coming up at 1:47. They're here for their monthly visit. And Olivia Christian back after a week away for her weekly visit, coming up at 3 o'clock.
Hey, Damien, do me a favor. Remind me never to troll Drake on social media.
Kenny, don't troll Drake on social media.
Got it. Let me write that down.
Yeah, put it in your nice little.
Did you see the latest Drake situation? Jesse, did you see what's going on with Drake right now?
Wait, how did I miss this?
I'll give you a recap. So, Cliff Notes version. So Drake says something about T. Morant and LeVar Ball, like how people were trying to be like, "Oh, look at these two stealing the shine," and Drake was like, "Chill, like these are two, black fathers doing their thing." And he's like, "Let's believe if my son was in a Rubik's Cube contest, like I'd be right there all over the place." And then some guy goes, he goes, "Yeah, your son will probably be something like to the effect of he'd probably be in a ghostwriting contest or something like that." And Drake goes, I'm going to follow your wife because she seems to need some entertainment in her life. He follows the wife.
Oh,
he DMs like, "I'm here for you, ma."
Yo, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Yo, you Drake DMs you kind of lost. Like you lose. That's hey. Oh, you want to be nice with the keyboard? All right, you can be nice with the keyboard. Watch, I'm nicer.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna leave Drake alone, man. And then there's a update to the story. I won't get all the way into it because I don't know. It seems pretty authentic. I don't know if it is, but now it's causing a mess. It's literally causing a mess
with the wife and the husband.
Yeah,
she think this is her moment. She's like, "Hey, Drake just DM'd me." She's weighing the pros and the cons of putting this all to an end.
She said, allegedly, she said, "Look, I knew what it was. He was just trying to get back at the husband or whatever, and use me as a pawn or like it's all good." But the husband really got mad that she didn't block him. And she's like, "I don't want to block him."
Okay, sounds like the husband is a little insecure. Of course, it's Drake, so hey, the Rock slid into my girl's DMs. Probably sometimes you just got to take the L.
You got to take
the
the
L,
man.
You lost, buddy.
Take the L.
You got tough on social media, and this is what happens.
Then he got me. He got me.
I honestly think there should be more behavior like this. Oh, you got tough on social media. Okay, because everybody wants to go, "Oh, it's just social media. It's just talking. It's just talking." Yeah, until dude slides into the wife DMs. And all of a sudden, wait a minute, we ain't left social media. It's still here.
Still social media,
it's
right?
Still social media. What are you getting all in your feelings for? Now everybody want to change their tune. And
oh, man. Yeah, so I'm going to leave Drake alone.
That's a good idea.
I don't need to get famous like that. That's good knowledge.
That's solid stuff.
That's good knowledge.
Jesse wise in his young age. Wise in his young age, indeed. That whole social media fiasco escaped me, but yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll remind you next time you think about clapping off at Drake. We'll keep Drake alone. We'll hit Drake bars as a praise, man, and that's it.
It's always a praise, Drake. It's always a praise.
You slide into the Queen Bee's DMs, and I got that room right down the hall ready for you. It's right. It's right there. Gary Payton, number 2, will miss about 3 to 5 weeks. I think he'll be reevaluated after 3 weeks. It's a break. Like he'll probably be clear. Of course, the question is, will it matter? Like, will the Golden State Warriors still be playing? If they are, it'd be in the finals, and I'm sure they would welcome. They would.
Yeah, 3 weeks. It might be midway through, like game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. Maybe.
What was yesterday? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Wednesday? What was yesterday?
Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep spacing them out like they did this week, that's very possible. It could be the end of this series at the rate we're going, man. This is about to be the end of this series. Man.
Yeah, but either way, yeah, he's out for some time now.
And then we got the news today that Dillon Brooks has in fact been suspended for game 3 of this series.
Understandable, man. Like I get it. I don't know if I would have or not. Maybe I would have, but I understand him getting suspended for one game.
I understand for sure. Normally the NBA puts out a press release. So here the league called Brooks' actions unnecessary and that it resulted in excessive contact. Nothing else super noteworthy. Suspended 1 game without pay for having made unnecessary and excessive contact against Golden State Warriors guard Gary Payton II, resulting in substantial injury. So I'm glad they included that. Mm-hmm. They acknowledged the fact that the injury played a part in this. So I appreciate this ruling. I said yesterday, I thought it would be difficult to suspend him because you'd have to judge intent. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate the fact that they said, contact unnecessary and excessive. Okay, that's what a flagrant 2 is. But they acknowledged the injury to Gary Payton II, and I don't know how often they do that. So the fact that they acknowledged the injury and said this played a factor in our suspension, I'm perfectly good with that. I'm perfectly good with that. Because if they had left it without pay for having made unnecessary and excessive contact against Gary Payton II, if they had left it at that, it would have been like, that's what a flagrant 2 is. Right. Like that's why he got tossed. Like, that's the rule. You added the suspension because of the substantial injury, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. As long as you address it, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I understand it. I don't have a huge problem with that, but it's like we talk about the Brandon Clark thing. So because he didn't get hurt, there's just no harm, no foul. I mean, I know he got thrown out of the game, but I mean, that could have resulted in serious injury as well. But I mean, if they say it's because the guy got hurt, that's part of the reason why a suspension was handed out. All right. Like I said, I thought he would get suspended. I don't have a problem with him getting suspended. That was a crazy play, so I get it.
Okay.
Now maybe Warrior fans can stop crying. I ain't never seen a fan base that wins so much cry so damn much. They be whining and crying and complaining.
So we're going to war with Warriors fans at 12:26 in the morning.
Well, it's not the morning.
I mean, 12:26 in the afternoon. So all fan bases are like that. Like every single one is like
Warrior
that.
Fans are a little excessive. Gotta be honest.
They got a little taste. They got a little taste of winning. They got a little taste of winning, and now they're this incredible fan base who sits on their hands if the game is close. But once their team is winning, they're front runners. Let's call it what it is. Like, come on, we all know that. Front runners.
And look, I agree with you. All fan bases are like that. I do, especially on Twitter. Like, they're all like that. I get it, but
no.
I don't know, man. Them Warrior fans, they be crying, bro. They stay crying about something. It's crazy. And they winning.
But we're not getting our respect. What? Draymond Green, greatest defender of all time. Draymond Green fined $25,000, but he makes $25 million, so he's not worried about it.
Oh, yeah. He'll make that up in an appearance.
He'll make it up in an appearance for sure. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what's happening, brother?
Hey.
Yeah. You guys earlier, I like the KC analysis. KC, you ball at the higher level, but I ball at the mighty LB and then, the second squads or pickup games at CRC. And there were guys you knew on that team that you said, well, I'm just going to stand back. I'm going to stand back and watch the man ball because he ain't going to pass me the ball. He ain't going to give it to me. There's ball dominant. I like that you said ball dominant. Do you think Vivek is happy, though, after seeing how poor and sorrowful a defender that Luka is? Says, hey, I still made a good decision. We got the right guy.
No, Big Al. Because we, in fact, don't have that guy.
Yeah, we don't. And it wasn't the right decision.
Okay. We left Big Al speechless.
It wasn't the right decision.
Big Al was
now, to Big Al's point, kind of. Here's the thing about it.
Hold on, kind of what?
Luka passes. I see what he's saying, but Luka passes the ball. He gets his assist, but it's just a different way. He's James Harden. I said this a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Said it a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Before I even
get you 10 assists easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, James Harden. He will dribble the air out of the ball, attack, and then kick out to you sometimes. And that's where he gets his assists. He's not really. He's not Chris Paul with the assists. I'll put it to you like that. Although some would say Chris Paul is ball dominant as well. There's different levels to it. Chris Paul has the ball, but
he was all sorts of dominant last night in the fourth quarter.
All sorts of dominant, right? But we mentioned this last week, I think it was, when we were breaking down the point guards. And Kenny Smith brought it up, and it was a great point. Chris Paul orchestrates an offense and dominates the ball always for what is the absolute best for the team at the time. And hear me when I say this. I'm not saying Harden or Doncic weren't team players or nothing like that, but theirs was more so I'm gonna be in control of this, so I can get mine here with either the points, or if they double, I can read it well enough where I'm gonna dump it off. Chris Paul will come down the court, he'll get the ball 92 feet away, and it's all right, what's best right now is Booker coming off a screen. I don't have to set nothing. I don't have to. This ain't for me to create or nothing like that. I'm looking at what's going on. Book is at the last couple shots. Let's run the pin down for him real quick and let him go to work. Just hands down. It's not a read and react type of deal. So I think that's the difference with the ball dominance with Luka and Chris Paul, because Luka does pass the ball.
Well, that almost goes back to our conversation that we had last week about point guards.
Mm-hmm.
And what is a point guard, right? Like Steph Curry. Okay. Yep. Steph Curry, by definition, that's exactly what he is. He's a point guard. He doesn't do it the way Chris Paul does it. He doesn't do it the way John Stockton did it, or Irvin Magic Johnson did it, or differently. And he plays that position differently. I mean, LeBron is a great facilitator in that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Luka's. I still feel there's so many facets to Luka's game that have to get better, and I think a lot of them will get better. He doesn't need to be a top flight. He doesn't need to be an all defensive player.
And I actually think he's a better defender than people give him credit for.
Well, he can't be what he was last night.
No.
And I wonder if there's to bring in a Kenny Caraway, De'Aaron Fox analogy, if in whether it's on him or Kidd or the Mavericks, if they can get more involved offensively, maybe he's not gassed every time they get to the defensive end and exhausted when he sees the screen coming and he's got to switch, knowing he's about to get humiliated again. At some point, he had to be thinking, man, again? Yeah. Why y'all picking on me?
Like Adrian Broner said, man, that boy got cooked out there.
He did, man. He absolutely did. Do you? We kind of glossed over this. Is Gary Payton's suspension, Gary Payton II, is that a bigger deal than we're giving it credit for? I mean, he defended Ja a lot late in game one.
He's arguably their best defender at this point. Well, I mean, Draymond does what he does, but he's best perimeter defender. Yeah, he's arguably their best answer on Ja right now. And
is this
a big deal.
Potential series changer?
I don't think so because they have so much talent. And the roster's deep enough. I don't.
Yeah,
it's an issue, but I don't think it's something that they can't overcome.
Ja might be having a moment too, though. I don't think he's having the moment Chris Paul is, like, because this, and maybe this is just sentimental, rooting interest, whatever it is. I really like Chris Paul. I wouldn't be upset if Chris Paul got a ring at all.
Yeah, I agree.
But we talk about moments during MVP seasons. I feel like Chris Paul is having a little moment here, and obviously he's got to stay healthy. They got to keep winning. But this feels like the start of this was Chris Paul's defining moment as an NBA player. Not just and it would just be the perfect cap to not just this season with the Phoenix Suns, but the last 2 seasons with the Phoenix Suns. It would just be the perfect top to his career if they're able to finish this out with the way that he's playing. Like he's, I think what's he turned 37 today, 37 tomorrow. He's not getting carried to an NBA Finals or a playoff run. He turns 37 years old tomorrow. He's not getting carried to anything. This team is functioning as a complete unit right now, and that's in large part because of him.
Yeah, for sure. I personally love to see it. I'm a big Chris Paul fan. I love what he brings to the game, what he brings to the table, man. So to see him orchestrate a game and be, no pun here in Sacramento, be the conductor of what they're doing in those playoff situations, I love it, man. I absolutely love it. Like I said, I mark out for Chris Paul when he gets in those modes and starts doing that stuff in the fourth quarter of games, man. I love it. Now, for this particular series, I think it's important that Phoenix goes in there and wins one of those games in Dallas. It's going to be a different atmosphere. Dallas is going to be turned up. The others, as we always talk about, the Finney Smiths, the Bullocks. Now we got to change his name. It's not Bullock anymore. It's Bullock. We got to say it. Did you hear that on the broadcast?
I did, and I was super confused.
So what?
I was very, very confused. It was like it's every time I hear Brandon Ayuk, I don't know what to do. I have no clue. Like this is.
What was the other one that was Salah was one, and then
there was a
great
quarterback.
double.
There was Tyrod Taylor and Tyrod Taylor, and he says after like 6 years, it's actually not. I can't remember which one's which.
I think it's Tyrod.
But didn't he say that that's not it? You've been saying it wrong this whole time. It's Tyrod. What? Like Stephon Arkell? What is happening right now? Like how did your name change after, like, how come you didn't correct anybody for like 5 years? I don't know. It always can, like, so is that really his name?
Yeah.
It's not Reggie Bullock?
No, they said that he said you guys ain't been saying it right the whole time. Say it the right way.
Okay. You addressed that day one. Like, man,
this guy been in the league 20 years.
What are we waiting for? But all right, Reggie Bullock.
He'll be ready to go. He'll be ready to go in Dallas. Brunson will play.
I need Brunson back. That's really what I need.
You
Brunson.
Back. As long as Luka's there, you're not getting him back.
You better figure out a way. Because what's Mark Cuban gonna do? You getting rid of Luka?
No, you're
gonna pay him to score 9 points?
Yep.
Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna change Jalen Brunson's name to James Harden. It's James Harden and Luka Doncic in Dallas because Jalen Brunson's now officially useless. You gotta do something, and it's not just on Luka or Kid. It's on you. Don't use anyone else's. Go get it.
What, you gonna pry it from?
Yes,
Luka's hands.
Go Carlton him. Go rip it. Go rip it straight from him. Let's go. Go do something.
Dinwiddie, I mean, he really. That's what I kept talking about.
Yeah.
If Luka comes back, Brunson is gonna not get the rock, but then Dinwiddie really ain't never gonna get the rock.
Yeah, they gotta. Fam, how the hell are you gonna pay Jalen Brunson this money that he was staring at a week ago, knowing we can't get production with him with Luka Doncic out there.
And to be honest with you, the crazy thing about it, he might be the backup point guard. Like you're gonna have him and Luka in the backcourt.
Not
maybe
this.
I mean,
not this version.
Yeah, maybe you could look at
the
Luka
other
as like
one.
a 2 guard, and Jalen is the point guard. But yeah, but he gonna get paid though. He gonna get that Cuban check.
They better figure this out, or they ain't gonna be ain't gonna be back at the.
No,
they ain't gonna be where they were next year. They've got to figure this out.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. I know they don't have any plan B to this series. I know that much.
Well, okay, all right, it's fine. If you don't have a plan B to this series, you better figure out what plan B is this offseason. Because if you're gonna throw that money at Jalen Brunson and he gonna go out there and get you 3 of 13.
They're gonna pay Jalen Brunson. They already paid Finney Smith. They still got Hardaway
Jr. Your boy too, didn't they pay him?
Yeah, he got like 4 years, $88 million or something like that. The Luka's extension, I think, kicks in next year.
I think they're paying part of Dak Prescott's contract too.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Everybody is.
Dallas Stars are paying on that.
Pepsi
everybody. I think part of the WrestleMania gate went to paying Dak Prescott's contract. Everybody
back up for the signing bonus.
Everybody chipping in on that.
He got a real NFL contract. He ain't get no fake one. He got a real one.
Him and
he didn't get that Deshaun money.
Wait a minute. Why the hell is WrestleMania in Cleveland? Oh, they gotta front the bill for Deshaun.
It's a new way to wash money.
Just call Vince McMahon. Get a WrestleMania in here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, but this series is over, huh? Like as far as now being able to win the series. They may win the game.
To be fair, I never thought Dallas was winning the series. Is the series going to be short? Yeah, it's hard for me. I don't know
like a 5-gamer.
I don't know that. Yeah, the thing with the 5-gamer is I think if Dallas wins one, it'll be game 4 and not game 3.
I think they got to win game 3, else we might be getting the brooms out.
No, they'll do a big play for pride speech and
or
it could be like, we don't want to go back to Phoenix. Guys, we could have our interviews done tomorrow. We could be out of here by 2 p.m.
Well, not to sound like Charles Barkley, but they can play for pride and lose.
Yes.
they can pridefully lose.
They can
acknowledge me.
They can indeed. I feel like Phoenix is locked in though. Also, like I don't think they're gonna slip up in this series. I don't think they're gonna slip up.
And they hadn't even, like I said, Chris Paul went off in the 4th quarter yesterday, but Ayton didn't do anything crazy yesterday. Nope. He was in foul trouble the whole time. Mm-hmm. All these other guys, Booker cooked at the end of the game as well and put it away, but he wasn't like on fire. They hadn't even had that performance. And let me say this real quick. Let me ask you a question. Then this may get Jesse upset. This may definitely get Warrior fans upset. I got to tip my hat. Is that boy Mikal Bridges the best defender in the game?
No.
No.
Stop it.
What you mean stop it?
You're going to disrespect. How you going to disrespect those brothers in Boston like that?
I'm talking about you Marcus. First of all, Marcus Smart's the only one that can hold a candle.
And that's exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Marcus Smart.
All right.
If Mikal Bridges want to be number 2, like who? You talk about Warrior. Are we still talking about Draymond Green?
Mm-hmm. Mikal, he can finish his ass off, bro.
No, he absolutely can.
Yeah, man. And I didn't always feel that way about him, but just seeing him in these playoffs and a little bit during the season, I'm like,
I don't think there's a better defender in the game than Marcus Smart. Okay. If you want to make the case for Mikal Bridges over Draymond Green, okay. I mean, that's tough when we just say Gary Payton II is the Warriors' best perimeter defender. Mikal, I feel like, can guard all over the floor, which is what Marcus Smart can do also. He's up there. Point made, though. Your point is what a phenomenal defender he is. Like he's up there. Was he second?
I think he was. He might have been second. Yeah.
Who was third? Do you remember? Oh, the Dweebs voted Rudy Gobert. That's right. The Dweebs voted for Rudy Gobert. Yes, indeed. Okay.
That was funny.
I'm going to make my case for the Kings' next head coach next when Dillon and KC return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I just saw Mitch is there. I'll get him right out the gate. Yeah, Bridges is a bad dude, man. Bad
Kings
dude.
next level. That'll be awesome. Davion will prove he's the best next year. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. No one's going to care unless the team's winning.
Stephen Brown, stop it. Stop it. Stephen Brown.
He's trolling.
Troll of the year.
New
Well,
book
Johnny do it. That's not saying much. B.I. cooks everybody. Like that's like.
I mean, Ingram. You want to give proclamations around the league. Brandon Ingram's one of the most unique players in the entire league.
He is.
He can do. I mean, he is. Not saying he's as good at. Like he's got that skill set of like a Kevin Durant. Like the ridiculous length and scoring ability.
Shot.
Not the defender that Kevin Durant is, but
that shot though was.
Did you listen to the Martyr?
Defender no more though. He's not.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
And he's not even that type of ball player all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's just that type of ball player when he wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
Did you listen to the Martyr with our boy Eddie?
I did.
I haven't listened to it yet either. I saw Eddie had pushed it out. Hadn't had a chance to listen to it, and I saw Eddie's. I don't remember if it was Eddie's tweet or Instagram, and it couldn't have been 10 minutes later. Kyrie says he's a martyr. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The Martyr. That should be his nickname.
Price you pay for being a martyr. Okay, guys. Okay. Yes, the Mavs can in fact still win the series, unless you've been watching. If you've been watching, you probably think otherwise. But yeah, I get it. Road games. Ride with that cliche.
Oh man, I ain't even gonna talk about it on the show. Did you actually read the story about Cynthia Cooper?
No, I didn't even see your tweet until it was actually a few minutes ago, because someone tagged me in it in response to to you, and I was like, wait, what did I miss? What did I do wrong? And I clicked on the original tweet and I saw I was like, what is this? And I'm like, oh no. I don't like clicking on Black Sports Online either, because you got to scroll through like 27 pages to read the whole story.
That's not a phone friendly.
Yeah, that's not my favorite.
I actually saw that on the computer, so I was reading it.
He trying to get 20 ads for one story. And it's like, man, I can't mess with you.
But no, I read, everything that she was alleged to have said, and Coop is wild for that. She is wild for that. All of it. Look at that boy Ohtani showing emotion. That's what I'm talking about. People are already out on that Red Sox team.
Ramona Perk.
Yeah, I like Marcus Smart. Well, we got to make this run next year. We're making a run. $100 million signing bonus, $50 million a year, man.
ESPN 1320.
You think it's too late for me to start playing soccer?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't think you can run that far.
I need some money though.
I don't think you can run that far or that long. Your window's closed,
People
buddy.
say that. Jesse, help me out here.
No, you can't, bro.
They don't.
Yes,
they don't run
do.
the entire time like people talk about. I'm watching the game.
Stop this.
Fam, who?
Stop this.
Who? The defenseman is running 7 miles a game. There's just the forwards. That's it.
Kenny, stop this. Stop
What
this.
are the? When?
I'm not. Kenny, you'll die. Let's just call it what it is. You'll die. You're not.
I can play a soccer
Brody,
game.
no, you're not built for this. You can play it, just not well.
There is plenty of time.
You are not built for this, dude. Stop it.
Okay. I see plenty of times. Yo, that guy over there is walking. They told me way back when you have to run the entire game. That guy over there is walking. He's standing there.
Kenny, stop it. You're the Michael Jordan commercial. Stop it. Get help. No, you can't. No.
All the guys are so. All right. You guys say all the guys are running the whole time. I don't think all the guys are running the whole time.
Yeah, I'm with that. And let's film it. Not even film it. Like let's live.
I'll be a defenseman. I ain't gonna be no forward. I see what they do.
Let's go live.
I ain't gonna be like my man Roro.
I don't think you would make it down and back in a respectable time on a soccer field.
Fam, that's the whole point. The defensemen are not running down and back.
So you're just gonna trot back and forth, and that's your whole. I'm gonna go play soccer.
That's what they do. There's like 5 people that go up and down the field the whole time.
I still don't think.
Am I wrong?
I still don't think you'd make it. Yeah, I don't think
you're gonna move,
but
you're not running up and down the. That's what I'm saying. They're not running from goal to goal. I'm telling you, I'm being the last line of defense. That's it.
You could be the goalie. You want to be the last line of defense? You could be the goalie. That could be you.
The last defender besides the goalie. No, you're running. I'm not running.
If I just took a ball with my limited skills and went back and forth with you, just trying to keep you as you'd gas out.
Man, that's my whole point. We're not going back and forth.
Okay.
I'm not going from goal to goal.
I'm not talking goal to goal. I'm talking side to side. You're the last line of defense. I'm just going to move to get. I'd wear your ass out, and I can't even dribble a ball.
No.
Okay. All right, man.
Because one of the things I can do is I can pick and choose my spots.
Yeah, your spot would be face first on the grass, sucking for air, asking for the queen bee to bring you over a Gatorade or a Power Sport or whatever's in the.
I ain't never been that out of shape. Never in my life. Not even today. And I'm not even in the shape that I need to be in. I ain't never been that out of shape. Well, yeah, they can last because I'm not getting out of third gear. Right. Like y'all think I'm gonna be just running around like Sonic. No, it's gonna be a little bit more than a jog the whole time.
The answer to your original question is no. It's too late for you to play soccer.
I'm ready though.
You're not. You're not ready. It's over for you. It's past. This is what you're doing from now. You are perfectly equipped for the job that you have now. Sitting on your butt and talking. You're very good at that. Continue to do it. Maybe in the new studio, we can stand up while we talk. Switch it up a little bit. Instead of sitting down, we can stand up.
I'm not in Kenny shape. Regular human shape, I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm not in Kenny shape where I want to be. Regular human, 90%, 95% of the people that listen to this show, I'm perfectly fine. Trust me. I'm perfectly fine.
Okay.
I'm the one that for no reason goes through full basketball workouts in my backyard. For no reason at all. Hour at a time. Fam. Who runs suicides in a workout? No.
You're shooting.
That's
That's
what
not
you guys
working
see.
out. That's what you
guys see.
film. What are you talking?
I'm telling you, that's what you guys see.
Okay. You out there running line drills? What are you doing on?
Once again, ain't nobody in no workout running on line drills.
Who are you defending, Reese? What do you?
Oh, no, I don't work on defense. Who does that at this age? Who's working on defense? You work on your moves. You're coming off screens. You're working on different things on the pick and roll, quick movements, things of that nature. Once again, for Kenny shape, where I would like to be, professional athlete shape, yeah, that's a struggle. Regular everyday humans, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay. All right. We ready to keep it moving, or you want to tell us what a beacon of physical fitness you are?
I didn't say that. I said regular everyday humans. I'm perfectly fine.
You literally just said you're in better shape than 95% of the people listening.
I think so.
Okay. We really are.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm here.
We're just gonna meet somewhere and run. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Meet me at 24. We'll play in the open gym. We'll see how many games I play, how many times I go up and down the court.
Okay.
It's nothing. I did this a couple weeks ago. This is not a delusion.
Okay. Your soccer fantasy though is a delusion. So we'll keep it moving.
I'll be talking back and forth.
Okay, that's that, and that will keep you intact right there, just jogging back and forth.
That's jogging back. Now I might get subbed out or whatever. I ain't saying that.
Hey, go get the guy who's not moving. Get him out. We can't have him out there. Deuce Mo coming up at 1:47. Olivia Christian will be with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We are patiently waiting for the Sacramento Kings to name, or I rephrase that. We are not patiently waiting. We're just waiting for the Sacramento Kings to name who will be their next head coach, Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, or Mike Brown. Sam Amick wrote today he thinks we could have a decision by the end of tomorrow. James wasn't so sure about that when we talked to him yesterday, but they're a little bit further along in the process than they were when we talked to James yesterday. Mike Brown apparently had, I guess, what Sam dubbed an informal interview, and his formal interview will be today. So he gets 2 days. Clifford gets 2 days. I've tried to figure out what happened to Mark's other day, but it's
2 days. 2 days doesn't seem like a good sign.
It obviously means this is a charade, and Mark has already been given the job, and they're just trying to keep up appearances. I was reading Sam's latest articles. Of course, Sam Amick, who is not allowed to appear on this program. He wrote something, and I don't know that he intended to do this because they weren't lined up. Like he wrote a little bit about he wrote a little bit about the Kings, then he wrote about the Lakers, and he wrote about Phil, Russell Westbrook, how the Lakers may not trade Russell Westbrook, and then he started to write about Monte and about the San Antonio Spurs. And it got me kind of, I've already been on the side of, I think Mike Brown is a good hire for this organization. I certainly think he's the best hire out of these 3. And I thought he was a pretty damn good hire when the list of 7 or 8 came out. I would have liked to have seen one of the younger guys get a nod. I think Will Hardy was definitely kind of a pipe dream. Darvin Ham, I don't think is. Like, I think Darvin Ham is going to be a head coach next year. It's just which team is he going to be a head coach for. But outside of that, like I really think Mike Brown is a quality hire, and I think there's a number of reasons why. When you look at Will Hardy and everything that we talked about with that young man, obviously he's 30 some odd years old, but we talked about him being around winning organizations, the San Antonio Spurs being one. Right. Going with Ime Udoka over to the Boston Celtics now and picking up a Boston Celtics team that was already pretty damn good, that has a very recent history of being a good ball club, and now they're being run by Brad Stevens, who I think is a better coach than some people give him credit for. We praise that, right? Darvin Ham, same thing, being around winners, being in winning organizations, doing all of that. that's Mike Brown. It's just a 52-year-old. Like that's the only difference.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Brown won a ring with Greg Popovich. He was with the San Antonio Spurs. He was a very successful coach with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
He was a successful coach with the Los Angeles Lakers. He's been with the Golden State Warriors the last 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it's been. This isn't the safe hire anymore to me. Mike Brown's the right hire. Because everything everybody loved about the younger coaches, the pedigree, the franchise, the winning mentality, the coaches that they've been around, Mike Brown has every single one of those attributes. Every single one. Unlike those other guys, he actually has a win-loss total on his career, which is very, very good, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He's had one bad season. One. And it was a job he certainly knows now he shouldn't have taken. It was a job he was essentially set up to fail for. And it was that 1 year with Cleveland. Mike Brown is not the safe hire. Mike Brown is the right hire for the Sacramento Kings.
Make a good argument. Mike Brown is a good coach. Like, simple as that. Like it is what it is. I don't look at Mike Brown and think that he's less than as a coach. I think my concern with Mike Brown is the concern I came to the realization that I had for anybody that was going to be hired. And that's whether or not they can unlock De'Aaron Fox. It's probably emerged as the number one aspect for me, even more so than the defense. Because I think with those three, like I think defense is going to get better regardless of who you go with.
Of these three, sure.
Yeah, I don't think I trust that they're all going to take care of the defense. But if they take care of the defense and they can't unlock De'Aaron Fox, I don't.
Again, why is De'Aaron Fox is he's said this yesterday. De'Aaron Fox is Fort Knox. Like if the most is, are we talking about unlocking De'Aaron Fox offensively? Like, is there any benefit to unlocking De'Aaron Fox defensively? Like, should we just scrub this whole thing, open it back up, and go get Mike D'Antoni?
No, I'm just saying as a ball player, because
complete.
I don't care. Yeah, complete and consistent. Because I don't. If you can't do that, if he can't be consistent and you get his complete game at a high level, it don't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter. That's how I look at it. They're not going to win. So Mike Brown may be that coach. It's hard to tell looking back at his time. He never really had a guard like that. It was always the big wing with LeBron and then Kobe, and I'm not going to even look at what happened the second time around in Cleveland. He hasn't had that to say he can or can't do it. You know what I mean? Maybe he's just as much of a whisperer as Mark Jackson seems to be. I don't know. I just know if he does get the job, it's going to be paramount to his success. Like once again.
Oh, there's no question about that. I don't disagree with that at all. Like everyone, all three of these coaches, their success is going to have is going to be heavily influenced by what De'Aaron Fox can or cannot do.
Mm-hmm. And where I put Mark slightly higher than Mike is I'm more confident that Mark can get the most out of him than Mike can. Just an opinion
that I disagree with strongly. Shout out to Kings Next Level. Mike Brown getting credit for any of the Warriors' success is wild to me. Cool, Kings Next Level. Go take that up with Steve Kerr, because he's the only one who has given any credit to Mike Brown for what the Warriors have been doing the last couple of years. So y'all have an issue with Mike Brown getting a head nod for being on I'm sure it's a coincidence that Mike Brown is an assistant on a Warriors team that won titles. I'm sure it's a coincidence that Mike Brown is on a San Antonio Spurs staff that won a title. I'm sure all of that is irrelevant. Meanwhile, these same Kings fans will sit here and go, man, who's going to build the best staff? Who's going to build the best staff? All of a sudden, we really like to pick and choose when we give a damn about offensive coaches. When we talk about Mike Brown being an assistant for a championship team, oh, that doesn't matter. But now we're hiring a coach. Well, who can bring the best assistants? Now, all of a sudden, it matters.
Well, the other crazy thing about that statement as well is, like, I'm assuming Kings Next Level and all these other guys, like you mentioned earlier, we shouldn't even be talking about Will Hardy, Darvin Ham, and Charles Lee then. If their role as an assistant with a great, proven franchise doesn't even play a factor, then let's not talk about really any of these guys outside of, I guess, Steve Clifford and Mark Jackson. If that's how you're looking at it, I agree with you, Damian. I mean, the role he's played in Golden State, being in that organization the last few years, that's a plus. That ain't a negative. That's a plus to his resume and candidacy as being a head coach for the Kings. I think Mike Brown will be a really good hire. I got to be honest with you. For me, it wouldn't be as exciting as Mark Jackson, but I'd be fine with Mike Brown.
Mark Jackson is exciting because it's going to get attention, like a ton of attention, because of the controversy around it. It's his first job in 8 years. He is a high-profile NBA guy. Like like his absence is going to be noticed, right? Like it's going to get a ton of attention from ESPN and all of that. Mike Brown is a coach right now, like it or not. And I'm not. I know this is your guy, Mark Jackson. Right now, he's a television personality.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he is. Mike Brown is a coach. Coaches are hired and fired yearly, especially here.
Mm-hmm.
They're hired and fired yearly, sometimes multiple times in a year. Mark Jackson's a television personality. So when you hire a television personality, it's different. It's an out-of-the-box thing. Jason Kidd, fresh off the floor, onto the sideline. Different. They tried to copy it. Derek Fisher, fresh off the floor, onto the sideline. After Derek Fisher, they stopped copying it. And then Steve Nash appeared, a few years later. But he had kind of been doing work behind the scenes. Again, not capping for that. Don't agree with him getting that position at all. But you saw like, oh, it worked. It worked with Jason Kidd. Let's do it with Derek Fisher. Oop, failed. Okay, maybe we calm down on this whole guy retires, walks onto the sideline thing. It's a splashy hire because it's different. It's not a coach getting hired and a coach getting fired. It's, in this case, a television personality getting a job as a coach.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I don't have a problem with Mike Brown at all. I think Mike Brown is a hell of a coach. And I don't know, I don't think you're doing this, but one of the things I don't know how Mike Brown's going to do in Sacramento. I don't know how Mark Jackson is going to do in Sacramento. This situation is a completely different beast than either one of those guys have ever taken on. It's a completely different beast. Well, Golden State resembles more of Golden State when Mark got there resembles what Sacramento is now. You know what I mean? More so than Cleveland the first time around, or the Lakers when Mike Brown went around. But it's still a different circumstance. It's Steph Curry, a different player than De'Aaron Fox. Klay Thompson is a different player. So just because he was able to instill confidence in those guys and motivate those guys doesn't mean he's going to motivate De'Aaron Fox. When I'm talking about Mark Jackson, doesn't mean he's going to motivate De'Aaron Fox or Terrence Davis or Davion. It's different people. So even while I think Mark has this high upside and does a lot of good things that would help this franchise, it doesn't mean it's going to connect. I don't know if it's going to connect the same way that it did in Golden State. May not.
I'm looking at Chris Thomas's remark here, my man Chris. Okay, we've hired a Warriors assistant before. Okay. So Mike Brown's disqualified because he's works for the Warriors and because he coached LeBron, so he's not really good. I assume this means Mark Jackson is disqualified too, right? Because he actually coached the Warriors, so he's out. So Steve Clifford is the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Because we want to avoid the Warriors thing, right? That's super important for our little inferiority complex that we have here in Sacramento. We've got to stay away from anything involving the Warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Clifford. I hope y'all ready for that. No? Oh, it doesn't sound so appealing when we keep the same energy for all of the contestants, if you will. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Steve Clifford.
I'm not into all that.
Sources this morning were wrong. It's Steve Clifford, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not into all that. We can't. We need to stop trying to do the Warriors thing. I mean, it's whatever. Like, if that's where you think the best candidate is going to come from, then so be it. I'm not tripping off that. And I think people need to get off that a little bit.
I got it. You
get off that a lot, actually.
You kind of. No, hold on. Let me cue it up.
Oh my God!
You kind of said something that it's got me like this close to getting a little pissed off.
Oh my God!
It's like I'm right there. You talking about unlocking De'Aaron Fox, which I get it. Like I understand that. At what point does this fall on De'Aaron's shoulders? Like
it's already there.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I mean, I'll do it anyways. I'm just glad you said it because it's like, yo, didn't Domantas Sabonis unlock De'Aaron Fox? Like, how many what ghettos does this dude live in? How many locks does he have? He got a chain. He got a bolt. Was he De'Aaron Fox standing behind a safe? We got to guess the right combination, unlock his ass.
It already. We got to
go Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 8 to get them all in here. What are we doing?
But the fact remains, if you're doing all this in this this set of Kings players, it's De'Aaron Fox that you've got to make sure is good to go. And is good to perform at a high level and is in an offense and also in a defense that makes sure you get the best out of him. Because if I don't believe, at least, if he's not on this 24, 25 point a game level, I don't think they can win the way we're asking them to win. And the other thing about it, real quick, is if they hire Mike Brown and they don't make the playoffs right away, is the energy going to be the same for Mike that it would be for Mark if they hired him and they didn't make the playoffs right away?
Well, I think with the three names that we have, I think it's all going to be the same because not everyone is in universal love with Mike Brown. They might be Mike Brown over Mark Jackson, but there are plenty of Mark Jackson fans out there. Plenty. I think the only leeway a coach would have gotten is a Darvin Ham, a Will Hardy, a Charles Lee. I think one of those coaches would have gotten a little bit of leeway. I don't think they would have gotten 28 win leeway, but they would have gotten 35, 36, 37 win, missed the playoffs leeway. I don't think Mike gets that leeway. I don't think Mark gets that leeway. And I don't think Steve Clifford gets that leeway.
Yeah, these guys got to come in here and win, whoever it is.
There's a reason they went with guys who have coaching experience versus ones that don't. And it's not thinking about next year or the year after. It's like we've got an urgent situation on our hands in which we're running out of time with De'Aaron, and we have to do something to entice Domantas Sabonis to stay here.
Yeah, these guys got to win immediately.
And Darvin Ham may have been able to do that. Will Hardy may have been able to do that. In their minds, they don't believe they could have. They needed someone who, we talked a lot about this at the time with Doug Christie, who knows how to be a head coach.
Right.
Not just X's and O's. And shoot, it took half a season for Ime Udoka to get an already established Boston Celtics team cooking. You think the Kings could have turned around like that? You think the Kings could have struggled for half a season with Darvin Ham and then got things cooking in the second half? And I'm not talking to the degree of getting to the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference semifinals. I'm just talking about, this is a noticeably better team.
Hey, do what Willie Green did.
Do what Willie Green did.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Could they have? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Phone lines are open, 916-349-1320. Deuce Mo coming up 30 minutes from now on Sacramento's. Oh, look who followed who. This doesn't have anything to do with Drake.
What you talking about? Oh, I was about to say, hold on.
I think it'll make my partner happy. It's coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station,
good.
ESPN.
Cue it up, Hammer.
Completely forgot.
Mitch, hold tight, big dog. Yeah, Johnny, I don't understand that either. My partner, he's not saying that, but you see that a lot. Like, I don't know why. It could. Absolutely, it could. But
I don't know who says that, though.
Sacktown Tony, for sure. Like, he's one for sure.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Sorry, Mitch.
No, what you talking about, Lizzie? Bro, we ain't yeah, Gary.
It's not G-Man.
Yeah.
No, yeah. No, man, it's not G-Man.
And the other beef is
Bobby. I don't know why Bobby hates you.
Oh, that reminded me. Hold on. I got you, Cole. I got you. Oh, okay. Sacktown Tony. Okay. Fair enough. Clarified it.
They really jacked up dude who tried to get his hands on Chappelle. I mean, they jacked him up.
Beat the crap out of that dude.
Yeah, man. Cold world.
Wild.
Cold world. Sorry, bro. It's stuck like that. I don't know what to tell you.
That was wild.
Oh, I remember this day well. They had the hardcore. They had the hardcore battle royal, or it was some sort of hardcore title match to where, Lillian Garcia would have to keep saying over and over and over again, the winner and new WWE hardcore champion, Crash Holly. And then 30 seconds later, the winner and new WWE hardcore champion, Bubba Ray Dudley. Like that, they were really drilling that WWE thing home in that first segment. Oh yeah, Viscera.
I just saw Lillian not too long ago, like last weekend. Where did I see her at? Not like in person, but she was on TV doing something. I was like, look at Lillian Garcia. I haven't seen her in a long time.
What'd I do, Cole? I didn't even do nothing. What did I do wrong? Get the F out. Yeah, that's wild. It cannot. This is our exclusive off-white hoodie. It cannot be ordered. I know it's silly. Like it's literally burning money, but we got to keep something special for the people who support us the most. No, it's not one of one. They're out there. There's
a Instagram handle that I love. It's called Embracing Black Culture.
Oh,
they put like they had the one today Or they had it was like black people whenever they see a helicopter. They looking for somebody.
Yeah.
People funny, man.
It's wild going on. Whatever's going on in Slack right now, Jesse, is wild. Is my man in New Jersey here or no? Okay. Mitch is sick of us.
Well, we got a guy in Sacramento that we got to show love to, man. Happy birthday to our guy Cole.
Okay. Okay.
I knew this was coming. That's hilarious. Sorry, Cole, I tried.
Happy birthday, Albert. We appreciate you. You want to be a part of the show? You can. 916-349-1320. Twitch. I love Cole. It's a bit. It's a work. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. And you can watch us on Facebook Live as well. Go like the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. Deuce and Mo are going to join us on all of those streaming platforms coming up in about 30 minutes. Anxious to get their thoughts on the Sacramento Kings head coach. And they, I think they did a good job a couple of days ago covering. They tried to present a fair case for Mark Jackson. And I thought they did a really good job. Again, this isn't about ignoring other stuff. It's about talking about his potential abilities as a coach. I understand with that comes other stuff, but it's been difficult, I think, for people to separate the two. And we talk about that all of the time in different form, right? R. Kelly can't separate the two.
Can't do it.
I want to bump Born into the 90s, man, but can't do it. Can't do it. Man. Can't separate the two.
Absolutely.
And I get it. Like I get it. It's hypocritical to ask people to separate the two when it comes to Mark Jackson when I'm not able to do it with R. Kelly, for example, or Bill Cosby or whoever. So the point being is I thought Deuce and Mo they did a fair job covering Mark Jackson and trying to present a case for Mark Jackson, and we'll talk about that later because I think that's the only one people have to be convinced of. Steve Clifford, if he ever turned on Sacramento Sports Talk Radio, if he ever turned on ESPN or the Deuce and Mo podcast or the Kings Beat or the Kings Pulse, he's got to be thinking, what? Did I interview for this job or not?
What did I do wrong?
We've spent all of 6 seconds covering Steve Clifford. He's up here like
disrespecting me, bro.
Hey,
like don't do that.
Like, sorry, Steve. You just not that guy for us.
Not that guy.
Back like he never left. It's Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's up, buddy?
Mitch.
How's it going, guys? See me or something? What's going on, shorty?
Mitch, I'm sorry, brother. I don't know.
Was he yelling at somebody?
I don't know what's happening.
Was he yelling at us?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to run the tape back. I can't. One, you're my Mitch translator. 2, I think we were on like speakerphone. Maybe he thought we were on Bluetooth.
Oh,
Mitch
was about to sound like Mitch he's about to have somebody swimming with the fishies. That's what it sounded like.
Okay, let's try this. All right. Let's. This is like take 8 if you include everything behind the scenes.
Mitch,
hello, Mitchell.
It's not necessary, bro. It's not. You don't have to go that route, man.
Mitch, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a little hyper. I'm excited, maybe a little excited, but I know I'm twice your age. You guys, good show. Thanks.
Are you 80? How old are you? What are you talking about?
I'm 60.
Okay,
Don't remind me.
Okay.
I'm old and
I'm 30. Thank you, Mitch. You are twice.
Young and vibrant, Mitch. Young and vibrant, man. You good.
I'm fitter than 95% of the people listening.
Rick Rude. Oh, you fat, disgusting.
I look like George Costanza. All right,
Okay.
all right, okay. On that note, first of all, Brown. I like Brown. It's the talent on the court. How about my Dodgers there, Casey? Did you leave there's something wrong with the bats too, besides the balls? The offense is down. Even with my Dodgers, I don't like the offense.
Well,
I know.
I mean, they put a hurting on the Giants
Mitch.
last night. I know that much. Although it was the River Cats basically they were playing, but they still put a hurting on them.
Mitch, what's your connection to Sacramento? Have we ever talked about this before?
Maybe I follow a few teams. I'm more of a West Coast guy too. I like the Kings too.
But you never lived out here. Have you lived out here?
No.
You're just a fan of the Kings.
Tarzana for almost 2 years. I remember when the Kings were in Kansas City. Not in Syracuse. Don't get me that old. But I remember they were in Kansas City.
Okay. All right.
We got love for you, Mitch. Man. We appreciate 100%. You, pal. And don't worry, we gonna see them Dodgers again, Mitch. We gonna see them Dodgers again. Hopefully, it won't be the River Cats playing them this time. But regardless, they had Major League pitching on there, and the Dodgers went to work yesterday.
I love Mitch. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening to a word you said. I was just recapping Mitch's conversation in my head. There was a lot happening there from I look like George Costanza. I'm twice as old as you. There was just a lot happening there. And it takes me a minute to process all of it. And I can't believe I'm fascinated by the fact he's just a Kings fan who lives in New Jersey. That's it. He doesn't have any connection to Sacramento.
At one point in time, the Kings were everywhere. Kings fans were everywhere.
It's true.
They were
a lot of people who are alive. A lot of people who listening right now. Probably not the fit, 5%, but there's a lot of people listening right now who don't remember that, who weren't alive for it.
Yeah.
It was a minute ago.
I couldn't wait for Mitch to get off the phone so I can get back to talking to you, fat, out of shape, sweaty.
Sacramento sweat hogs. Keep the noise down while I give you my take on the Giants and Dodgers. Kenny Ravishing Rick Rude all of a sudden.
Ravishing Rick Rude, that's a wild boy, man. That's a slept on character right there.
Oh, Ravishing Rick Rude. Oh, he was so good. Ravishing Rick Rude was phenomenal. Somehow, not sure how, the show started with a big saga involving Drake, a man, and a man's wife.
Oh, man.
As well as social media. Social media tells everything. Well, somebody spotted who Deebo's following, and it's not the Jets. It's not the Lions or whoever else was attempting to acquire him. Deebo Samuel has again followed the San Francisco 49ers on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's a big moment for Niner Nation.
Hey,
bang,
man.
bang, Niner gang, or whatever you guys say. It's a big day.
It, got a little.
Going to add all those pictures back to.
Got a little emotional,
I hate when that happens.
And hey,
when that happens.
It happens. It happens. But at the end of the day, we love each other. We love each other.
You do.
And we gonna come to the table. We're gonna pay that man his money.
Mm-hmm.
And everything's gonna be good, man.
Okay.
Everything's gonna be good. 19 is gonna be lining up for the 49ers for years to come. It's gonna be all good, man. Now, the spotlight is on him now. Spotlight is on that boy Deebo. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he handles dim lights.
You think so?
Oh yeah, it's just
like more magnified. More magnified because of the all of this stuff with social media and trade requests. And I think we believe a contract is going to get done between these two. I think we've believed that from jump. By the way, we never believed he was going to be traded. And I didn't read anything into him unfollowing the San Francisco 49ers. And truth be told, I don't really read anything into him following the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe there was a conversation. Maybe wounds are being healed. Maybe people are starting to feel better. Maybe there's some progress on whatever this contract is. But do you think that the spotlight, them lights, will be a little brighter because of this? or because of the contract?
Both. Like if he
Or
would sign a new contract
because of what he did last year, and it's like, yo, do it again.
No, I think it's the contract and everything that happened. If he would have just signed a contract and done nothing, like not said anything all season, there still would have been a level of, all right, you got paid now. We need to see you perform. Like, if you're making $25 million a year, we need you to perform like a $25 million a year player. Right? There's a certain level of a microscope that's going to be put on him just because of that. But all this drama, all this back and forth, I mean, Deebo was the biggest story in the NFL for sure, but maybe one of the biggest stories in sports for about a week and a half. And we talking draft week, and Deebo was the biggest story in the NFL. So, who was the biggest story? Draft week? Who was the bigger story?
I don't know. Did the draft already happen? The draft kind of came and went. Did anyone notice?
No, part of the reason is
the draft tree falls in the forest. Does anybody hear it? Like, wait, did it happen? Who cares?
Part of the reason why he was such the biggest story that week is because the draft wasn't that interesting. Like that had something to do with it as well.
Yeah.
But
it feels like Deebo's a bigger story than Jimmy, and it feels like he's a bigger story than Baker Mayfield. And I only point that out because those two are quarterbacks, and we know that the NFL world centers around quarterbacks.
Right.
So point taken.
So there's going to be, if he comes out in the first 3 weeks and, the first game, he's got 2 catches for 40 yards and 3 rushes for 25 yards. And he does something like that, the first 3 games, people are going to be looking at, I can see it now. Not me, not, I think, rational people. But there are going to be the tweets and all this. All that drama, and you got paid. Now you don't know how to play. It's going to be a lot of that going on. You know what I mean? And I hope he's ready for it. I hope he's ready to handle it. And
call that De'Aaron Fox energy around here.
Yeah, Fox.
That's what happens to De'Aaron Fox.
Big De'Aaron energy. That's what it is. Yeah. So.
Can you confirm that you stopped yourself mid-sentence because you were about to say the initials out loud and you realized you can't?
No, I was actually going to say his last name, and I didn't want it to sound any type of way. So I said, De'Aaron.
I thought, okay. I thought you were going to say that's BDE right there, and then you thought better of it like,
Charles did it again last night.
How did I miss this? I feel like I saw everything on TNT last night. What'd he do now?
I ain't even gonna chance it. I'll wait till the commercial break. Because I ain't even gonna chance it. I don't want no problems.
Okay. This must maybe. Yeah. I ain't gonna do that one. And it's in the caption, so somebody wrote it in the tweet, and then everyone starts laughing. I can't even hear. We'll just leave that one for social media.
It's a wild boy, man.
Okay. Coming up at 1:43 on the commercial break.
And the funny thing was, I think all the time too, he did it on accident. Like he's not trying to do this, but yeah, man, Charles is a wild boy.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this about Deebo, and his agent. They had a move, and they tried to play the move. It like, I think maybe they initially were, or Deebo was a little perplexed by the offer, the unofficial offer that was out there, got a little upset. And his agent was like, well, we got to play. We can run. And like I said this plenty of times before. I think his agent had to tell him everything that was on the line. Like, they're not going to trade you. Like, I don't think they're going to trade you. So you don't have to necessarily worry about that. But this could pressure them into giving more money or reaching where we want them to reach. And this is the play that we're going to run. And at that particular time, any type of leverage that Deebo had, it was that time leading up to the draft. It wasn't much leverage. He didn't have much. The Niners called the bluff and was like, yeah, all right, pal. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have much leverage, but the little leverage that he had with not only it being up to the draft, but the other wide receivers that Torrey represented were still out there and had contract situations. They played the play, and maybe it worked. We talk about it. They didn't get nothing out of this. Maybe the Niners were only willing to go to 22, and if he gets $25 million a year, or we talk about the guarantees, maybe they, were only willing to go to 50, and then all this other stuff ended up getting AJ Brown 57, and maybe it gets Deebo 60. Maybe it works. We don't know until the contract happens, but maybe it all works out.
Can you be impartial for a minute?
I'm always impartial.
Okay. Deebo's better than AJ, right?
He's a more dynamic threat. To be completely
I know
honest
he's different.
To be completely honest with you, I haven't seen enough of AJ for me to be comfortable about talking about if he's better than Deebo.
Fair enough.
Because I think he's like really good. I think AJ's really good, but
he is.
I don't watch a lot of time.
But I think Deebo is too.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't think is Deebo is better than Tyreek Hill. And I don't think Deebo is better than Devontae Adams.
I don't think Adams.
That's a difficult conversation to have with someone on your team, right? With someone in your organization. It's like, look, there's a business aspect to what we do. You're very, very good. We're going to pay you like you're very, very good. Mm-hmm. And if you continue to perform like you do, then sure, we can put you in the conversation of Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams. Mm-hmm. Right now, I don't know that you are.
Yeah.
And I understand that is a very difficult conversation to have. That's what agents are for. That's not a conversation John Lynch is having with Deebo. Right. That's a conversation John Lynch is having with his agent. And it's a difficult conversation. But when you put, hey, yo, AJ, that's comparable. What'd you get? Okay, here's what we'll do. And you can kind of, and I wonder how much, if a deal gets done between Deebo Samuel and the San Francisco 49ers, how much of that AJ Brown deal was an influence on it.
I think it has a good amount to do with it. I think it will, at least.
But Tyreek is one of the most dangerous. Well, we're going to find out.
Well, see,
with Patrick Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes,
and Andy Reid, and Eric Bieniemy, Travis Kelce, all that stuff.
He was one of the most dangerous weapons in the entire NFL, perhaps one of the greatest wild cards in the entire league, because he can do things that other people can't do.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to find out how much of Tyreek Hill, and I believe a lot of Tyreek Hill is a product of Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
But let's not acknowledge. Let's not acknowledge. He was catching balls from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Now it's Tua Tagovailoa.
I really.
This ain't the same. It's the milk commercial. Tua Tagovailoa hadn't drank the milk yet.
I really believe that Tyreek is just a gut feeling, and I think he's a damn good receiver, damn good weapon. I think he's a little bit more a product of that environment than people realize.
Tyreek?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as Jesse points out, he had a good year with Alex Smith.
He had a good year with Andy Reid.
And I'm
Travis
completely
Kelce.
I think I'm not going to disrespect Travis Kelce, but like I think I would, if I were ranking credit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how high Travis Kelce would be on my list. He certainly wouldn't be above Andy Reid.
I think that whole Andy Reid, you're right. He gets the credit more than Travis Kelce, but I think the way Andy put all that together was just perfect.
But you haven't
Tyreek in the absolute perfect way to complement Tyrese, to help out Patrick, to complement the running game. And even when Sammy Watkins was there and all that other stuff, Hardman, I think that was a perfect, much like, it's almost like how we kind of feel about Deebo. Like, I don't know if Deebo is this super weapon with the Lions. Sorry, Coach Chris. I don't think he's this super weapon with the Lions that he is with the Niners, because the way Kyle uses him in that offense is just perfect. I kind of feel that way about Tyreek. We'll see.
Well, I mean, Mike McDaniel is an offensive, minded guy. It's and similar to players. It's not like a coach is going to sit back and going, "Whew, we don't want Tyreek Hill. I can't do what Andy Reid does."
Right.
They're looking. I guarantee you, Mike McDaniel's looking at Tyreek Hill. No, we're not going to reinvent the wheel with Tyreek Hill, but I think there's more we can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's more we could do with him. We could take advantage of that explosive speed. We could take advantage of what Tyreek does really well and match that up with what Tua Tagovailoa might not be great at yet. And that's the job of the head coach, to put those two things together. Talked about unlocking De'Aaron Fox. It's the same thing. No matter who this head coach is going to be, you've got to take what he does well and amplify it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Putting a little makeup on what he does poorly.
Yeah,
ain't nothing wrong with makeup.
Nothing wrong with makeup at all. Not at all. I haven't got to the point where I'm big time where in the studio with makeup on my head or nothing like that. I ain't got there yet.
When you gonna want that. You gonna want that. Ken Rudolph never says anything nice. Hey, bro, you need some makeup. Like, you're too. How long? Like, you spent too. You too hot under them lights, man. You need to put some makeup on. You gonna need it.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I don't know how to apply it.
Going to. I think it's called Ulta. Go in there and get your makeup. All I did is I walked.
I gotta go get it. They don't take care of this. The makeup people.
Fam, you are in Sacramento, California. Damn, makeup people. You know what I mean? I can't believe I never ran an Instagram story with Sarah Hodges, Joe Musso, Damian Barling, and Marshall Harris all applying their little makeup at the same time. Oh yeah, that's a real thing. That's part of the TV deal, because no matter how many lights you and I have in our home studio, it pales in comparison to what CBS 13 has in that studio. It gets bright in there, and the last thing you want to do is be shiny.
Dim lights.
You got to be ready. Yeah, you got to be ready.
But Deebo, welcome back, big dog. Welcome back. I told you, Deebo, we're gonna talk about this like a family. We're gonna come together. You're gonna get paid, and we're gonna go off. And try and get number 6. That's what we're gonna do together.
The eternal quest for number 6.
Oh,
and
I didn't. There was something else.
Okay,
I thought I was just playing, man.
Oh Lord!
After years, months. I shouldn't say years.
Okay,
months and months and months. I'm not saying a word because he didn't have his bark. Now look. Not only did he have his bark, now he got little jokey jokes. Lance got jokey jokes now, because he was on Instagram talking about, after it was RSF 49ers put a post on Instagram saying wide receiver Deebo Samuels has followed the team back on IG, eye emojis. Then that boy Trey, he got jokey jokes. He got character now. You know what I mean? He come on here talking about, dog, I need whoever watches your IG to watches my wife's too, at 19 problems. It's doing hilarious, man. Now he's a comedian. He can do it all. The NFL is on notice. This guy, the charisma's off the charts.
I don't have anything to follow that. Absolutely nothing. So,
and Deebo responded to him.
Okay.
Deebo's like, boy, you ain't lying.
I need to find something else to do with my days, because this is just getting to be a lot. As Ryan says on youtube.com/ESPN1520, #49er. Kenny out here breaking the news. Okay.
I'm just saying, the pup is out here. He turned into a leader. He barking back at everybody else. Man, it's great to see in real time, man. We watching it in real time.
All right, buddy. I'm you know what? I'm happy you're excited. I'm happy you're excited for your quarterback. We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo join us next here on Sacramento's number. They know about TV makeup. They join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. One quick note, because I don't know. I know Cole said it, but this hoodie, it's not arbitrary. We don't send it out like just, oh, you support the show, we send it out. It has to do with the website. Like it very specifically involves like the website and merchandise and numbers and all of that stuff. And it's just kind of it's just an incentive and a thank you for people who have really, really supported the website. Not tweeting. Now I'm talking in the amount of merch that they bought. Like there's only a handful of them. Our boss ain't even have one yet. So it's very few people have these. That's what I meant by support. Not if I could send them to everybody, man, in the chat house, I would for sure.
We smoke. Yeah. Smoke. Oh, what you got? You playing something?
No, I just needed to. We had that thing yesterday where my board it didn't get James's sound, so I just potted you up real quick to make sure that slight little echo was there, and it was.
Check.
Yeah, so we should be good and do some more.
I was listening to some music today. Very rare nowadays, but I was running around. Actually, there's some music on. Oh, well, listening to like something non-radio. That's rare. And Janae Aiko came on Sativa, and it took me back to the other day. I ain't gonna lie. I popped a little bit when she performed that live. I was like, oh, let's go. I don't even smoke, but man. When she played that, I was like, let's go. Oh, Sativa, Janae live, let's go.
I saw her at Ace of Spades, and it was it was something.
Hey,
Deuce
yo.
and Mo.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
So good, man.
So good.
KC.
What? Really good. You guys did a great job on that Saturday joint, by the way.
Oh, when the list got whittled down or whatever was that?
Yeah,
it seems like a year ago now.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah. It's been so fun talking about the finalists.
I'm so over talking about the finals.
For 5 straight days, it's been a blast. It's 5 days talking about 3 names.
Oh man. Well, let's be honest too.
What?
Well, it's mainly 2 now at this point.
Yeah.
Clifford gets no love.
That's what I heard.
We are
Breaking sources close to Deuce and Mo say the list is down to 2.
Sources close to like anyone, right?
Sources close to anyone who's paid attention.
Anybody
I did kind of mention this and didn't actually do it. Hang on.
Did you guys see the story? This was crazy. Can I talk? Can I not talk?
No, you could talk.
Speaking of common,
Oh.
I want to talk about. Pause. Ladies and gentlemen, I will call it myself.
Chuckster, we're live.
What are you talking about?
It's not like we can stop and.
Hey, that's not what I meant. See, y'all mind in the gutter.
All right.
I love them so much. And I hate that when the finals come on, they're done.
Yeah,
I feel like
you go to NBA TV and it's not the same.
It's not the same. Like they should be a part of the NBA finals. It's the show is about basketball. It's inside the NBA. It's the best show.
I agree. But look, real quick, did you guys see the story about this woman in Peru who they thought was dead? And at her funeral, she started banging on the coffin.
Stop it.
Are you being? Let me see.
For real, I read the story this morning.
She was pulling the Undertaker? Okay.
Oh my. I think we are. Are we? Yep. We may have lost Deuce and Mo as they're Googling the dead woman in Peru who came back to life.
Bro, she was never dead, though. She was
apparently.
She was in a coma, and they pronounced her dead. At the funeral, she's in the coffin, bangs on the coffin. So then they, luckily somebody heard her, and they sweep her out of the procession and take her to the hospital.
I'll be honest, no chance I'm opening that coffin.
No. Also, how traumatic if she's a mother, like whether they're adult children or young children, I don't give a damn. Like, oh my God, I'm traumatized and I don't even know this woman.
I hear that banging. I'm running. I'm
owning the whole healthcare system in Peru after that. Like, how do you guys? Yeah, she's dead. She's dead, guys. What? What?
God, I would like to do that with a lot of people, huh?
Oh my! Well, that's a dark start to our conversations with Deuce and Mo televisions. Deuce and Mo, NBC Sports California, and of course, host of the Deuce and Mo podcast. Deuce, Mason, Morgan, Reagan. We spent the commercial break getting acquainted, talking about how great it feels to cover the same three names for the last 5 days.
2.5.
It's 2 now.
It's 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get to what people are really asking.
Yeah.
Was Steve Clifford ever really a serious candidate?
I want to say yes if he was a finalist, but I personally, and this is just my opinion, I think pushing him into that finalist role kind of pushes the narrative of like, hey, you want to be a lead assistant over here on someone's coaching staff? Again, that's just my opinion. I don't know anything about that.
Well, and I'm with you on that a little bit. I mean, I think they were interested in talking to him, one, because he has, with Orlando and Charlotte, gotten the most out of those rosters, turned them into competitive defensive teams. And, he's not like, oh my God, look at those deep playoff runs. He's done a good job. I think he's a really good coach. But yeah, I mean, if it's
really good,
he's a good coach. I'm not saying head coach. I think he's a good coach. I think he's just, in terms, he knows the game. He's prepared. He's organized. Been in the game a long time. So he's got a little bit of history with Mike Brown. And if it ends up being Mark Jackson is going to need an experienced coaching staff. So I don't know. Is that a route there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he was a serious guy. Like, I think they gave him a serious look. I don't think they ever really thought he would get to the point where he's down to the final 2. But there were aspects of what they brought to the table that they like. He fit the criteria. It seemed like they had of having an experienced guy as opposed to a new head coach. So maybe they wanted to talk to him face to face. But I agree with what you guys talked about, is where kind of throw him this bone, and if they come back around after the head coach is hired and it's like, hey Steve, we really like how you interviewed, would you mind being on the bench? Are you interested in that? At least they have a little bit of goodwill with him at that point to say to even ask him that.
Right.
That's got to be, I mean, Steve Clifford and Mike Brown don't necessarily need to be on the same staff, right? Like, this
why not? Right?
They never score.
I mean, no, I guess my point is, it's like I personally look at it as like, the more basketball minds around on a coaching staff, the better. The more understanding of what good basketball can mean and standards is better. And Mike Brown has talked about so many times. I mean, Deuce and I have watched way too many interviews and read too many articles with Mike Brown and have fallen far too in love with him. Me. But even with the way that he talks about Steve Kerr, and like there's no ego, there's never an ego. And so like, it's just such a collaborative effort. And I feel like he's taken that on and has learned that over his years, even with just the Warriors. And I don't know. And that's why when I see that, if that was the case with Steve Clifford, I think that would be the standard.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, look at what the Warriors have done with their staff. They've changed it over a couple of times. Kerr, you've got a former head coach, and Mike Brown, former head coach, and Kenny Atkinson. Like, it's a well-rounded staff.
Yeah, I agree. Damian talked about it earlier in the week, and I think we both came to the same conclusion. One of the concerns that we both had about going with Mark Jackson as opposed to Mike Brown is filling out that staff.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Mark's reputation is around the league to the coaches to be able to fill out a staff. I'm very confident Mike Brown has a lot of great relationships and a lot of people that he would be able to pull in at the drop of a dime pretty much. So
I'm with you. That's one. I mean, look, the Mark Jackson thing, I know you guys have talked about it a ton. There's so many layers here, right? And that was one of my big questions. One, him being away from the game for so long. I know he's a broadcaster, but has he been around other teams? Like Mike Brown, when he was not with the Warriors, after the Cavs thing ended, he's spending time with Pop in San Antonio. He's like 50 games with them, just being around at practices, games, just in the mix, right? Trying to learn a little bit, just getting his feet wet again. Mm-hmm. Has Mark been talking to coaches? Has he visited? Has he worked on evolving the game? The game has changed since he coached in 2014. It's not the same game. So what has he done? And then to your point, Kenny, has he built relationships that can he fill out a legitimate coaching staff? I don't know.
Are you dead set against Mark Jackson?
Against him?
Against him, yeah. Against the idea of him being
No, I'm not. And I think for me personally, it's just that I'm open to second chances. I'm open to people changing. I'm open to people evolving. We all act like we know everything when we read things from 8 years ago, which could absolutely be the same. And he could still be this egotistical guy with some different views that we don't agree on and stuff. Or we can humanize the situation a little bit and be we're just not seeing interviews with Mark Jackson 24/7 and seeing if he has changed, if he has evolved.
If there wasn't a former player coming out and saying good things about him, I don't think I'd have much interest. But I think the pro Jackson people, and then you got the anti Jackson people, the extremes are crazy. It's society in 2022. That's what it is. And it's there's some middle ground here. To suggest that we should just ignore what Steph has said, Draymond, and this isn't hey, they're in a scrum answering questions from the media. They're talking to each other on their podcast. It's Andre Iguodala talking about him, right? Klay Thompson. There's a lot of guys who like him, and I do think that stuff matters. And then I started thinking about second chances for sure. I'm not even saying that Mark Jackson should be the guy. If I were running things, I think Mike Brown should be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. We can get into that in a second. But as Mark doesn't ever deserve a second chance because he didn't get along with the front office or ownership. But Tom Thibodeau gets hired and hired and hired. He's had issues with front offices too. And in some regards, his players get sick of him. So now we're just quickly dismissing a guy who I think a lot of people don't like because he has a big ego, the comments that he's allegedly made. I understand all of that. But to just quickly dismiss and act like this guy should never be around again, I think that's unfair. Now, I think Mark could have helped his case a little more by coming out and talking more about those issues. I think he could have helped his case drastically had he joined a staff as an assistant coach.
Yes.
The guy looks at himself as a head coach. I don't agree with that path. I think he should have been getting some touches as an assistant and trying to, rehabilitate his image with front offices, I guess. But who's to say he doesn't deserve a second chance? It may not be Sacramento, it may be somewhere else, but he did get results in his 3 seasons with the Warriors.
Yeah. When I think of Mark Jackson and I ask the question about, like you guys just said, he doesn't deserve another chance at all. And people talk about nobody liking him and stuff like that. I always think about George Karl. Every time anybody comes across George Karl, they talk about how he's the biggest jerk and just kind of pompous every single stop. He wears his welcome out everywhere he goes. And what do you get? 4 jobs? 4 jobs? I know it's
a lot.
And he has a long list of assistants that hate his guts.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like you said, Deuce, I don't know if this is the right situation for Mark Jackson. And I'm actually if he didn't get hired, because I've been saying this for a long time about, he doesn't deserve another opportunity and all this other stuff. If he doesn't get hired with this job, I like the fact that he was seriously considered and got an interview, because I didn't think that was happening a lot. And I thought that was unfair. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, no, don't ever bring. I think he had the interview with the Knicks a few years ago. But other than that, it was just like, don't even touch him for an interview. And that's not fair. Have a conversation with the man. You know what I'm saying? See what's going on. See for yourself some of the things that you've heard and if they are accurate or not. So I'm glad that he got a serious look at this particular head coaching job. But I understand anybody that doesn't think that this is the right situation for Mark Jackson to be in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we haven't even touched on what perhaps is the most awkward thing involving Mark Jackson yet, and that's, I'll tell you in a second, because you're listening to Dillon and KC along with Deuce and Mo here on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Again, television's Deuce and Mo with us here. It's the fact that because of the stories that have come out in recent days, if Mark Jackson's hired, no one's going to believe Monte McNair did it.
Mm-hmm.
And that just
tough.
opens up a whole other problem for the Sacramento Kings and the perception of this organization.
It totally does, Damian. And I think people have every right to feel that way and to judge the situation in that sense. And then Deuce and I have talked about this so many times. Like, if you're Monte McNair or if you're any GM and this situation was happening to you, and especially in Sacramento, why would you even want that on your resume at that point? You know, I mean, I'm saying this and I'm not there making all that money, and I don't understand obviously how it all works. At the same time, I just think like there's a certain point where you have to look at your integrity and what you believe in as a GM, and do you want that on your record over time? So hopefully that is not going to be the case either way, that with Mark Jackson being the head coach for the Sacramento Kings, because you're exactly right. If it is, that's going to be the angle everyone goes at. And
that's going to be up to them as an organization to sell it. To convince a fan base that, like, hey, no, Monte needs to come out and do more than just like, no, he's my guy. Like, kind of put that, I would just come out with it and like, hey, this narrative that's out there that, like, I mean, as long as it really is his choice, I would hope it is, right?
Yeah.
Like,
because if it's not, he needs to quit.
Yeah, I mean, you said that yesterday. I heard you say that yesterday, and we said that the other day too. It's like, I wouldn't want my name on it if I didn't make the choice.
No.
Like, I'm trying to be a front office guy for years to come. I'm trying to get maybe another gig or an extension. I want to go down swinging with the guy that I believe in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah. No, I mean, you think 16 years. Dude, this is the other thing Deuce and I were touching on the other day. 16 years. We all know that. The Kings losing everything, whatever. This is probably one of the most like controversial, historic Kings head coaching searches in history. And we kind of look back and we're like, God, but we do say that every year because you I mean, every couple of years whenever there's a coaching change. But I feel like more than ever, because that 16-year mark is now the record, and there's so many other things that are backing this up, where it's like this younger crowd of NBA fans in Sacramento, you're literally not going to have a fan base here, a young fan base developing here in Sacramento, if you don't get this right soon. And now is the time to get this right. And that's why this is just such a compelling Kings head coaching search.
How accurate do you think those rumors and reports are about Vivek wanting Jackson and the other two wanting Mike Brown? And I ask because I don't particularly believe it. Maybe not at the way it's presented. Like if you ask Vivek, he's probably like, well, I mean, I like Mark Brown or Mark Jackson. I knew him in Golden State. I think he's a good coach, all this other stuff. But in the same sense, you can be like, but it's not my call. I'm just telling you. But it's presented as there's the battle, the mega powers colliding right now, and who's going to win out. I don't believe it's like that. Right. Well, how serious do you think it is?
Kenny, I think it would have been like that, you guys. Again, speculation / just going off of reports that have been coming out. I think it would have been like that if Joe Dumars was still Wings, because that last piece that came out that Sam Amick did an amazing job, once again, getting the inside scoop on the influence that Joe Dumars actually had on Vivek, and him also wanting Mark Jackson and also wanting control of Monte McNair. It's like, yes, there was an obvious divide, but now that he is departing, I feel like the things have shifted.
I mean, the problem here is just a track record. I mean, it's just
right.
It's happened for a long time. So anything when you hear Vivek and coach, you're like, whoa, is he having to say, guys? Any owner in professional sports, I guarantee you, Steve Ballmer, Mark Cuban, Lacob, like any owner in the NBA is going to try to throw some names at his game, right? He's gonna, hey, we'll talk to this guy. What about this guy? I like this guy, of course. And they're going to be involved in some of the interviews too, because Steve Ballmer met with Mike Brown the last time Mike Brown interviewed for a job with the Clippers. He did a Zoom interview, then he flew to LA, spent a day with Steve Ballmer. And that job ended up going to Ty Lue. My point being is, of course, they're going to be involved somewhat.
Yeah.
But the difference is, at the end of the day, if Vivek is challenging, asking tough questions, there is nothing wrong with that. It just has to be the general manager's decision, in my opinion, at the end of it. Like, hey, you can go ahead and ask the tough questions. You're the guy who spent a lot of money on this team. You're signing the checks, but you also have to entrust your basketball ops people.
And I'll say this. If I'm wrong, somebody could educate me, whatever the case may be. But what kind of doesn't get reported the same way is, for the most part, Vivek has let the basketball people do whatever they want. He just picked the wrong basketball people. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike Malone. That wasn't Vivek saying, I need him out of here. He got talked to by his basketball people. Say, we got to get this guy out of here. Vlade, Luke Walton, all this other stuff. Even with the situation when Luke got fired. Now, Luke being here to start the season, we never know whose choice that really was. But I think it's always, Vivek's always meddling. I can make the argument. Like I said, you guys tell me if I'm wrong. There's more times than not, he lets the basketball people do what they do. They just aren't good. They're not good.
Well, I think the Nick Stauskas thing too plays in everyone's mind. I think that I think his most egregious stuff is it's really bad. Just 1 second, because Jesse is pestering me to give away these festival tickets. You've got the opportunity to pick your festival, the Golden Sky Festival or the world famous Aftershock Festival. We've got tickets for you right now. You can pick whichever one you want to go to. We got you. Call in number 3-916-349-1320. We'll get you all set up again. You can pick between the Golden Sky Festival on October 15th and 16th or the world famous Aftershock Festival, October 6th to 9th. Again, call in number 3 now, 916-349-1320. His biggest mistakes are really big and they're really public. Like Nick Stauskas thing. There's no rumor around it. It's on video. It's arguably your most humiliating moment as a franchise owner.
Yeah,
like it's fair. The
that's
4-on-5 basketball thing. It's on video.
Damian,
well, real quick, the 4-on-5 basketball thing.
He said it. Come on now.
Was he really saying, let's play 4-on-5? Like, he wasn't. I'm going to tell George Karl, we need to play 4-on-5. He just talked about it. Like,
he's the same dude who was talking about basketball 2.0.
Yeah, he's a little bit. I think that's.
Vivek literally tried to reinvent the game James Naismith created.
You guys
do a software update.
This is the thing too, you guys. If there's video of anything in this world, you know how it amplifies anything, right? And people gravitate to it and go, oh, okay, well, there is proof or there's this. And then that is what people will go along with forever. And the only way to erase people's memories of this video and of other decisions is to start getting wins. And that doesn't matter if it was with Mark Jackson. It doesn't matter if it was with Mike Brown. It's just about getting these wins, and so many things get erased. I want to say get erased, but it's not going to be like one winning season and Kings fans are like, wow, my memory, I don't even remember those bad times. No. It's going to take a lot of winning.
It could work like that. Like, you get one little playoff night at Doco, boy, that could maybe not all 16, but it might erase 12 of them.
We were talking about the other day too. If for some reason the Kings like started winning 50 games every season, it's like each season, then the expectations are going to be higher and higher and more. And like I'm excited to get to that point, but I'm just laughing that is what it's going to be one day.
Oh, it's still
hopefully.
going to be miserable though. That's the thing. It's still gonna be.
Yes.
I want to irrationally blame the star player. I mean, is this guy really that guy? We can't get to the conference finals with this guy.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Any coach that comes in here is going to be criticized. Adelman was criticized. Steve Kerr last year was being criticized like crazy. Oh, is this really the coach that going forward?
Mike Budenholzer.
Everybody, Budenholzer was getting criticized until he won the thing, and everyone was like, "Hey, man, the Budenholzer coaching tree, though."
Budenholzer was getting fired until he won the thing.
Yes.
So I mean, it comes with the territory. Like every coach we're going to be talking about lineups and minute distribution, and what about this? Like that. That's just what happens, even if there's success.
It's the nature of the beast.
Yeah. The one thing about all of the Vivek Monte stuff that just it's when you find like you could have like a big bowl here, but if you find like a little kernel that's off, it kind of throws the whole thing into doubt. And when Mark Stein wrote in his newsletter that Vivek Ranadive had been really impressed with Mark Jackson through this interview process, meanwhile, and no discredit to Mark Stein, every other reporter was like, yeah, Vivek hasn't been a part of the interview process yet.
Yeah.
Now there are a variety of ways in which both could be true, but immediately it was like, wait, this isn't adding up. Like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where this stuff that gets tweeted out. You just don't know who's a source. Like, is that Clutch putting that out to Stein? Like, hey man, Vivek really likes Mark Jackson. He's impressed him. And maybe Vivek did see the interviews because they were on Zoom and they recorded them, and Vivek watched them later. I don't know. Maybe Vivek was on the call and had his screen off and was just listening. I mean, maybe he was in the room. I don't know. I don't even really, to be honest, I don't have a problem with an owner being involved in the interview process.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I mean, I just don't I think that's like overblown. I think people, again, it goes back to what we have said about the past, right? Nick Stauskas and all this the stuff that has happened in his tenure as an owner, where you go, oh no, is he picking it? The owner could be involved, and you know what? I'm fine with the owner asking some questions. It's all about who's deciding it.
That's right.
Like that's all there is to it.
If you want to be an owner, be an owner. If you want to be Jerry Jones, be Jerry Jones.
Right.
But be one or the other. Exactly. Like I echo Morgan's sentiment exactly. But you've got to do one or the other.
Well, I agree. One of the things that I've talked about throughout, trying to break down these candidates, and Damian brought up a good point about a counterpoint, is I kept talking about, I think the most important aspect of this new coach should be somebody that is in lockstep with getting the most out of De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. And I think that's almost priority number one. And then Damian said, well, maybe you're not going to unlock any more than you already got out of De'Aaron Fox. And I think that's a problem in a whole nother way. Like if we have the same season that we had last year, the whole ups and downs or the slow start or whatever, I don't really care who the coach is. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah, that's interesting, Kenny, because you're right. And I think sometimes too, Damian, even with you saying like, look, you're not going to unlock anything else out of him. I think personally, and I've said this for so long, with De'Aaron Fox in his game, I feel like he's never been taught basketball the right way, how to play basketball the right way. For example, when you are in AAU basketball, when you're in college basketball, and you are the fastest person on the floor, you're going to have a different technique in how you develop and play the game through those seasons than you are when you get into a professional level, when that technique doesn't just necessarily work on bigger, faster, better players, right? And I feel like De'Aaron has done a good job of adjusting in different places and has shown growth in some of his game. But I believe if he's taught basketball how to play it the right way, his IQ his knowledge, the way that he will move defensively and everything can all come into play and actually flourish. And really someone can unlock that with De'Aaron. I just don't know who it is. It needs to be like a basketball mind.
I mean, De'Aaron said after the season, he talked about structure.
Right.
Going in the games, practices. There is always an element of teaching that needs to be done that I'm not sure was being done by the previous coach, Walton or Gentry. I think there was just a lot of you're open, go shoot it type
run
thing,
through the motions.
I mean, you saw it at times with Sabonis where like Sabonis has the rock and you got guys not cutting or all cutting in the same direction at once. Those are things you got to learn. Like you got to learn how to cut effectively, right? Like these are things that are taught, and it's the boring things that you have to go at practice and training camp.
Like
right?
even when we were watching Miami Heat the other night, it was like you're watching the way that Gabe Vincent and PJ Tucker on the second line of defense, as Bam is, because he's so incredible and can guard along the perimeter. They're down in the second line of defense. Their guys kind of cut over each other. They don't even have to say switch. They're not even confused for a second. They just understand defense to such a high level of already being in help and then continuing forward with the guys that are continuing on to their side. Like it's just the knowledge of the game in that standard that is set in Miami. I'm not acting like the Kings are going to get it just as soon as they get a new head coach that might understand basketball. It has to be taught. And I feel like out of all the years, this is a great team for the Kings to have that buy-in. I feel like there's a lot of good guys on the squad that can understand basketball at a high level. It just has to be taught and managed the right way.
Well, I also think that this coaching search has been a nice distraction from the fact that the second Monte hires his coach, he's got to start figuring out this roster.
Yeah.
Again, talking about Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, Steve Clifford, or whether it was Darvin Ham or Will Hardy, whoever. It's cute. It's a fun little way to veer away from the fact, like, yo, what are we going to do with the 4 or the 3? Or how are we going to build some depth here? How are we going to continue to build around De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis? Like, what's next? Because you made the mistake of just kind of running it back last year, thinking, oh, we made enough moves at the trade deadline. Obviously, this move with Domantas Sabonis is significantly larger than acquiring, with all due respect, Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we've got work to do. And by we, I mean Monte McNair only. Like, you've got work to do to improve this roster.
Yeah, and it's not like you have all this cap space to go drop a big contract offer at, like some people talking about Zach LaVine. I'm like, well, one, why is Zach LaVine coming to Sacramento? That's not happening. It's not. He signed an offer sheet with you a few years back. That was a different time. He knew Chicago was probably going to match it anyway. So you got to be creative. One, you better hope you get lucky in the draft. That would be cool, right? Get a deep, maybe you move up top 4, or if you're stuck at 7 or 8, like draft the right guy. But like, what other moves are you going to make? I mean, it's just tough. Like Rashawn's deal, like, I know I've heard James Ham say that's super movable. There's teams around the league that would trade for it. I'm not so sure. And I think part of it is that makes it complicated is there is a trade kicker in there, 15%. I think that either the team has to pay or his next team has to pay. That changes things, right? Like, yeah. And he's been injured a lot. I like Rashawn Holmes, but there's definitely, I don't think it's as easy as, you can easily just get it done. So they're going to have to be, I don't know. It's like him. Is HB get moved? I like HB, but you're kind of limited on what moves you can really make to improve this team. So part of it is, can the coach get the most out of Fox, Sabonis? Does Davion take another step? I don't know. It's got to be tough.
It got to be a whole new structure, a whole new standard, a whole new culture. I know that's asking a lot, and it's like that's hard to build in 1 year. But I feel like this is going to be a very receptive roster that the Kings have, where in years past you wouldn't get that with Buddy Hield, right? Like you never know, but most likely you're not going to get that with Buddy Hield.
We refer to him as Schmutty Field on this show.
Schmutty Field, I like that. So Schmutty Field, you're probably not going to get that, and that buy-in is going to come, especially when you have leaders in Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox that want this now more than ever.
Yeah, I agree. we talked about it a lot. We've gone back and forth. I want to know what you guys think is going to happen. I really don't. I mean, I think it'd be more exciting on a number of different levels for me to have Mark Jackson. But they won't.
You want some chaos? You want some chaos for next few months?
Chaos. And I said earlier this week, I said I believe that Mark Jackson has the highest ceiling as a coach. I think he can get them to heights. Not he will get them. I think he can get them to heights higher than Clifford and Mike Brown. Just a gut feeling. No.
Whose side is he on?
Just a gut feeling. No analysis or like no sabermetrics or anything behind it. Just a gut feeling. I think it's going to be Mark Jackson. Who do you guys think?
I think it's going to be Mike Brown. I think it's going to be Mike Brown. I think either guy is going to win the press conference. Not that I don't know if that matters much. I think most Kings fans at this point are like, just Mike Brown, at least to some of the fans on social media and on Reddit. But I actually think if Mark Jackson got the job, I think he'd win some people over just by his press conference.
So anytime I hope something for the Kings, it never happens. So I know I hope it's going to be Mike Brown. So I think it's going to be Mark Jackson.
So it's obviously going to be Steve Clifford. Like, let's call it what it is. Like, it's
Stop hoping for us to win.
You guys, that's the other thing too, Kenny. I'm worried about that is like, what if Mike Brown is offered something that isn't good enough of what he actually wants to actually leave the Golden State Warriors? And now that he's had this great interview process as a finalist with the Sacramento Kings head coaching search, that I'm good. I can wait till a few more jobs open or even till next season. And because I'm happy and I like my life where it is. I don't want chaos.
I think the parameters for what Mike Brown would want here have already been established. I actually think the parameters for what both coaches, because there's not three of them. I think you have early discussions with agents like, hey, we're moving on into the second interview process. You know, what do you like? We want you to be a part of it. We want your client to be a part of it. Like, let's talk a little bit. Let's not nail down anything. Let's get a perimeter for what the most important things that candidate 1, candidate 2, or candidate 3 is looking for. I don't feel the way about Mark Jackson that a lot of other people do. I think Mike Brown is the right hire. Yeah. And
me too.
We don't have to spend a ton of time. How do you feel like the whole process gone, like eliminating all of the first time candidates and the younger candidates right out the gate? Like, did that bother you? Because for me, like it was Hardy, Ham, and then it was Mike Brown. So when you took the other two out, for me, it was easy. It was like, well, it's Mike Brown then. Like, that's the guy that I like in this. But how did you guys feel about those candidates being eliminated early?
I mean, I guess I was surprised, especially someone like Darvin Ham, because he's got a reputation around the league as someone who's ready for the job. And I think he probably gets a head coaching job this offseason. But, you know, we're not in the interview process. Like, Darvin Ham did interview for jobs last year. He didn't get them. I mean, so did Charles Lee, right? So I don't know. I mean, I was kind of on board with, hey, go Darvin Ham. Let's get a fresh face in here. Let's do it. Let's see what that's all about. I like him. I not only as a player, he had play with that edge. You hear the stuff from Milwaukee, his relationships with players, how guys on the Bucks, they love him, but they're also kind of scared of him. I'm like, okay, I dig what I'm hearing. So it did surprise me, but I'm cool with Mike Brown. I think he checks a lot of the boxes that we all talk about, right? Defense, some structure. And I think evolution is important too. This guy's been around great head coaches, dating back to Carlisle, to Popovich, to Kerr now. And he's talked about how he's kind of evolved and he's not as rigid as he used to be because he's been around Kerr and seeing the success that they've had with the Warriors and what has worked. You know, so many people want to hate on him. Oh man, but he had LeBron in his prime. Hey, those rosters weren't that great. LeBron's awesome, but those rosters weren't that great.
Yeah, Booby Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Booby Gibson. Right?
Be nice.
But like, and then they want to hit him with the Lakers and going back to the Cavs. guys can evolve. He's been in the game, right? Like he has evolved as a coach. I think
he was successful with
the
Lakers, by the way. Like people think he failed with the Lakers. He was fired after 5 games, but the season before he was like 40 and 20 something in a 66 game season.
Also, let's not act as if the Lakers are some beacon for stability now. Like they're just as unstable as the Kings in some ways. The difference is they're able to land a LeBron every once in a while.
So when I heard that the Fresh Faces didn't make it to the next level or the next step in this interview process, I wasn't like other people where you saw the extremes, right? Where you saw people just so pissed off because they obviously have been doing so much work in researching these people for 2 whole weeks, and so they knew so much about a lot of these fresh-faced coaches.
Shots fired.
Well, it is shots fired because people are so dramatic and so extreme at times that, like, I can understand being taken back, but like, people, let's get into that gray area. Were you in that interview process? Like, I know at the end of the day, seeing what the fresh faces are doing around the NBA, that's where I was taken back. I'm like, oh, I want that for the Kings. But hey, I'm not pissed off because I don't know what was happening in this interview process. I don't know exactly what direction the Kings want to go. As soon as the finalists were picked, I was like, okay, so they want to go with experience in that head coaching position, I guess, if you want to put it in that category. But yeah, I think people just need to be more open to everything and understand that it's not Vlade picking a head coach and that it's a new GM. It's Monte McNair too. And that's why over year after year after year, when people do go, the Kings are just going to get it wrong. The Kings are going to, they might get it wrong again, but guess what? There's different people in place to hopefully make it right.
Morgan versus the baby giraffe at WrestleMania.
Oh, did he say that?
Let's go.
I didn't even read his tweet.
I don't know. I just assumed Tim Maxwell would say something like that.
And I liked him.
Let's be honest. But a month ago, no one knew Will Hardy. Let's stop it. All right. Let's not act like you guys all knew who Will Hardy was. All right. You thought he was like Jeff and Matt's brother. Just tap the brakes.
Okay, wait a minute. First of all, I knew who Will Hardy was. Second, he's not Jeff and Matt's brother.
See, I'm going with you knowing, but like it's just like so many people. I can't believe that Will Hardy's not a finalist. You can't believe it.
The great part about this is the stuff everyone loves about Will Hardy and the stuff that everyone loves about Charles Lee and particularly Darvin Ham and Will Hardy.
Yeah,
Mike Brown has every single one of those. Every single one. With one very notable exception. He's got multiple 60-win seasons on his resume, a finals appearance, and I think in 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, one under 500 season.
And as we're making closing remarks,
not counting the 5-game season.
As we're making closing remarks here for our two sides, I'm always like, it cracks me up when people talk about like Mark Jackson. He's only got 3 years experience and he hasn't coached in 8 years. Mark Jackson has been somewhere in a cult on a mountain, and basketball is just
that was a terrible example because no one would be shocked if it was true.
and basketball is the Rubik's Cube of life, where I'm sorry, if you haven't coached in 8 years, there's no way that you can keep up with the way basketball is going. I can make the argument that Mark Jackson might have been at the forefront of the type of basketball you see today. He's the one that looked at what was going on and said, maybe we can start doing this a little bit more. Steve Kerr and some other people came and turned it on its head and did a little bit more. But Steve Kerr wasn't having 75 to 79 basketball games when he was coaching Golden State. They were letting that thing fly. Well, real quick, Deuce, we act like Mark Jackson had just found basketball when he started coaching the Warriors. This guy been in basketball his entire life. He's been around some of the greatest coaches to ever coach in this game. And while different philosophies and strategies and analytics have come into play, there's core fundamental things about basketball that he got a PhD in not only from other coaches, but him being one of the greatest point guards that ever played a game.
I'm with you on that. I would say it is fair to ask those questions about the layoff, right? It's fair to ask him the tough questions about the divisiveness that's been reported. And part of it too is, let's not get twisted, Joe Lacob likes to pop off a lot. And Joe Lacob, especially then, was a younger owner in the NBA, and he was letting it fly on Mark Jackson. And I mean, Mark Jackson got buried by him. He really did. And I think I'm not trying to act like Mark Jackson, doesn't deserve any blame for what went down there. But again, his 3 seasons there, he helped establish a culture. That's not just me saying that. That's not just Kenny saying that. Steve Kerr's talked about the defensive culture that he brought, the belief. That's Steph Curry talking about recently why he deserves another chance. Draymond Green. So those things can't be ignored. There shouldn't be absolutes when we're talking about this stuff. So if Mark ends up being the guy, it is the ultimate swing for the fences move, in my opinion. And I would be really interested to see how it works out. I wouldn't bet that it would, but I also would not be shocked if he found a way to get another chance. He's learned from that first experience. He knows he played 17 years in the NBA. It's not this guy played a high level in the NBA. He's a smart guy. He's been a vocal leader. He's gotten the most out of that Warriors team, got them going in the right direction. So we'll see if he gets a shot here or elsewhere. I'm eager to see how it plays out.
Set your alerts. Deuce and Mo, they're on high alert for the next couple of days. So there's a little bell on YouTube. Hit that so it alerts you every time they go live. Same thing on Twitch. Subscribe to the podcast wherever you get podcasts from. That's Deuce and Mo. We're back. There's other NBA news, and it's bad for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk Celtics.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we have time. Still going KC here on ESPN 1320. Great stuff, guys. Casey, you want to take this one?
Sure.
Okay.
Deuce Mo. Love you guys.
Where are you going?
Appreciate you guys.
Break time.
It's his potty.
Okay.
He's got to go get his popcorn and his soda.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Bye,
Appreciate
Kenny.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, of
always.
Course. Kidding? No, thanks for coming on.
I'm wondering when we're gonna find out. I keep thinking like we're gonna get an alert and like, oh, here
I'm
we
just
go.
I know. I like Woj tweeted about Embiid. I was like, oh, okay, no.
Yeah.
I hope they don't do it. Selfishly, I hope they don't do it over the weekend. I really hope they don't do it Sunday.
Right.
Like, don't do it Sunday on Mother's Day, man. Like, hey, like Monte, you got a mom. Come on.
Yeah.
Wait till Monday, preferably at like 10.
And I don't talk to my mom, so I don't care.
That's a great point too. Yeah. So
well, you can hang out with the Thriller book writer.
Yeah.
Yeah. TR, I don't even know where she's going. I don't even know if she wants to hang out with me.
Oh, she doesn't want to hang out. Well, okay. Well, I guess. Well, if it happens on Mother's Day, we can all go to the Deuce and Mo podcast and watch
because we ain't doing anything.
Because we ain't doing nothing. I keep saying it like I'm doing something.
How wild is Twitter going to be if it's Mark Jackson?
Yeah, it's going to be something. It's going to be something. I don't know what will be wilder, Mark Jackson or Steve Clifford. Both of those will cause a reaction. I think Mike Brown. I think people do look at Mike Brown as the safe pick right now, and I feel like sometimes when you say safe, you're almost talking like Alex Smith, game manager.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Mike Brown is a really good coach, and I think he'd be a great hire.
I'm with you.
Yep.
I'm curious about Mark Jackson. Like, I won't hate it. But I think Mike Brown is absolutely the right hire.
No, I'll buy in. Damian, I really would buy in. But at the same time, I would just be like, I have so many questions that need to be answered ASAP.
Hey, and he'd have to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah. So. It'll be we'll carry that press conference live. That's for sure.
Damian, appreciate you, man.
No, I appreciate you. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye, Damian.
Chatty house.
See you guys. Deuce and Mo. We get a winner for that contest? All right. Oh, man. That's pretty funny. I hope they see this. That's funny. Is Canelo fighting this weekend? Well, no, it's gotcha. It could be an end of the year type show right there. Brad, you continue to say stupid shit, dude. Like, give me one example that he's been a failure. Just one. Besides that 1 year in Cleveland that he shouldn't have been the head coach. He never should have gone back there.
Why people always jump out the window, man? I hate that.
It's Brad, though, so it doesn't really matter. That's right. Yeah, that is, in fact, this weekend. And we know that because it came up on a call recently, or it came up on a conversation recently. WrestleMania Backlash is back. That's right. We changed it. WrestleMania Day 3.
I got these cookies from Costco, these chocolate chip cookies. Wow. Good. Wow. They're just like the little chocolate chip cookies you get from Mrs. Fields, the small ones.
These
things are amazing.
Great stuff there with Deuce and Mo again. Make sure you subscribe to the Deuce and Mo podcast here on the Odyssey app, on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you get your podcast from. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, hit the alert because they go live when there's breaking news. So maybe we'll get news on a head coach tomorrow. I mean, Mike Brown is the last interview. From what we understand, he is interviewing again today. Yesterday was informal. Today, apparently, is formal. I don't know if that has to do with attire or presentation or PowerPoint or what, but Mike Brown is the last interview, and that's today. And Sam Amick reported this morning that James speculated yesterday. I won't say he reported yesterday. Speculated yesterday that perhaps we could have our decision before the weekend gets here. I think it would be awfully selfish of Monte if he did it over the weekend. I think it would be truly selfish of Monte if he did it on Sunday, Mother's Day, because he is a mother. He also has a wife.
Well, he's not a mother.
He has a mother.
He said he is a mother.
Okay, let it slide. He has a mother. Jesus Christ, you knew what I was trying to say. He's married with young kids. You don't want to do this on Sunday.
No, I agree with you 100%.
You want to do it tomorrow. Friday news dump.
Friday news dump.
Around 1 o'clock.
There's no better time to hire Mark Jackson than on a Friday news dump.
Well, you might be right. You might be right. And
keep that in there before the weekend, real quick.
And let him call the game. I mean, he's got a game Friday, right? ESPN's Friday.
They're Friday. Yeah.
In Phoenix? No, it wouldn't be Phoenix.
No,
it would be Dallas. Yeah.
Unless he's in he wouldn't be in Philly. He might be.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, speaking of, I don't know if you saw this while we were talking to Deuce and Mo. It's Joel's already ruled out for tomorrow night's game.
Yeah.
Man, this thing's over in 3. This thing, you just put this, right. It was, as Gorilla Monsoon would say, it was over before it started. I think that'll be the new bit. Is every time we have a saying, we say, as Gorilla Monsoon would say, as Bobby the Brain, it's just some random wrestler.
We got a lot to choose from Gorilla. I mean,
the solar plexus.
That was right in the bread basket.
Right in the bread basket.
That's over.
Bad news. Oh man, because they can't function. What are they gonna do about your boy? Tyrese Maxey dropping 34, and you can't get James Harden to be aggressive out there?
It's embarrassing. It really is. But it's also on brand.
100%.
It's on brand. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what they are going to do in this offseason and how they're going to go about it. Because
you mean offering James Harden $200 million?
There's no way I can do that.
To take 15 shots in a playoff game that they desperately need him?
Hey, you talk about Monte just needs to quit if he don't have control over this head coaching search. If somebody make me pay James Harden $200 million, then I just gotta quit. I gotta quit.
But who? But that's Daryl Morey. That's Daryl Morey's decision. That's his guy.
I'd sell the team. Like, you know what? That's enough.
What you do is you fire Daryl Morey. You don't have to do all of that. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective.
That's absolutely the move.
I'm sorry, Daryl. I got this weird paper. This is a $200 million contract for James Harden. What do you want me to do with this? Did you want me to shred it?
Afterwards, it's the receipt. Hold on. You paid him what?
Yeah.
No, I need to talk to Adam. I'm gonna dispute this charge. I did not.
Adam,
this guy's fired. I did not do this.
Adam, channel the spirit of David Stern now and veto this. Also, Daryl, you're fired. Get out of my office.
Yeah, I don't have the same venom that a lot of people have for James. It's not like my favorite player or nothing, but I'm just amazed that he's done as the James Harden as we know. Like, he's done. That guy is gone. I'm amazed to see that. It happened feels like it happened pretty fast.
Say it.
He's washed?
He's washed? He's cooked?
That's what it looks like to me.
Man. But is he regular season washed? Like washed overall? Or
he was
just
washed in the regular season? He didn't start this in the playoffs. The last month of the season, he was just finished.
You ain't got to make a case to me. You got my signature on this petition. I ain't a fan. And it's year after year, this dude shows you who he is in the postseason. Every year, he shows you exactly who he is. Now you're going out there against a well-oiled machine in the Miami Heat.
And they just...
Jimmy Butler ain't even going to practices no more. He's getting excused from practice to go take care of the bit. And he's just still coming out there and running you out.
They haven't even had Kyle Lowry yet. Did Kyle play last night?
Yeah, no, he did not. He was upgraded, though. He might play tomorrow. Though, if I'm Miami, go and rest that, brother.
Yeah, there ain't no need for you to come back. Make sure you're all the way good.
Go on and rest that. We got you. Because I don't know who I don't know who they're getting a big performance from that's going to be able to turn this thing around for them. You got poor DeAndre Jordan out there trying to play a dozen minutes a night, and
I'm going to play him again.
It's funny because that's what he said. It's funny because that's what he said.
Jesse gave us a note. He said James Harden had his worst points per game since his third year in OKC. On the whole season or in the playoffs? Wow. That don't scream washed. I don't know what does. Wow.
Man. That's tough. That's just tough for Philly. Tough for Embiid too. I saw our really good friend Chris Haynes had a report during the game yesterday that like he had trouble looking at his phone.
Right.
Yeah, he's in bad shape, and if he ain't playing in Game 3, given how urgent it is, I don't know if he's playing in Game 4.
No, if you're down 3-0. I mean,
don't put that man out there. He's going to be in pain. He's going to have trouble breathing. Like he's going to be hurting.
Yeah.
Don't put that man out there. What happened? Was Shake Milton only good against the Kings? Like, what? He really not getting any run here in the playoffs?
This Doc.
Is Doc going to get fired?
No, because he'll use Embiid as a reason why. Understandably so.
I mean,
Shake won them game 2 last year against the Hawks.
That's right. That's right. He played 1 minute and 23 seconds yesterday.
That's crazy.
Spoiler alert, the game was over when Shake Milton entered it.
I guess where are you going to play him is the question, because you got James and Maxey out there. But
well, not for Maxey. That's for damn sure. Tyrese Maxey looking like JoJo not around. Okay, I'm going to do my... Tobias Harris without Joel Embiid is doing everything he freaking can to help this team. Hell, we can't even talk about the Philadelphia 76ers beating Miami. We're talking about the Philadelphia 76ers staying competitive with Miami. You got Tobias Harris doing everything he can. You got Tyrese Maxey doing everything he can. Meanwhile, James Harden going to request a trade this offseason so he can go play someplace more comfortable for him.
He don't even have nowhere to go at this point. He don't have nowhere to go. Where you going to go?
You, sir, are out of options. There's one more thing I want to talk about. We've got to make this quick, so we're going to step out. We'll come back. Olivia is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk a lot of stuff with Olivia, as we always do, and she'll probably go scorched earth on someone or something, which is always fun. And we'll dig into life's deep conversations. I didn't watch. I don't. I try not to.
Mm-hmm.
Any apologies given this morning?
I don't know either. I haven't seen it myself.
I'm curious. Maybe you guys could fill us in. We'll tell you what we're talking about when Dealing with KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, Canelo fight this weekend. Let's go.
That's phenomenal knowledge. Phenomenal knowledge. Let me get my 13th round up. Let's see. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to my man, Ryan, over there. Everybody doing what they do. And it is Canelo Alvarez fight week. He's got a big one coming up this Saturday night. I think they're in Las Vegas. Yeah, in Las Vegas. Canelo Alvarez against Dimitri Bivol for Bivol's WBA light heavyweight title. I got to be honest with you, not interested in this fight at all. Mainly because Bivol, who is a really good fighter, I'm not taking anything away from him. He's not Billy Joe Saunders or Caleb Smith. He's a damn good fighter, but he's not on the same level as some of the elite fighters over here. I don't think he has much of a chance of beating Canelo Alvarez. I really don't. You talk about the light heavyweight title and Canelo moving up. Canelo probably walks around at 180. There wasn't no weight cut or nothing like that. He'll be perfectly fine when it comes to size in this fight. Bivol's a little taller, but Bivol doesn't have the athleticism needed to beat Canelo Alvarez. You're not going to be this big slugger, this big bruiser, and beat Canelo. You got to be able to move with him. And I don't believe Bivol can do that. So I'm not interested in paying $75 to see Canelo beat a guy that is going to let some guy coming up from basically 160 take his belt. Like, no. I'll put it to you like this. If Bivol was that good, there should be no way that Canelo beats him. I'm just being real. Just being real. And we all know what time it is. We all know. I don't think Canelo knocks him out. I think he wins a pretty clear decision. And it's going to be easy work for him. And then it's on to Canelo Triple G in the fall, the trilogy that nobody asked for. But hopefully we get past that. And then we can get Canelo back to fighting them real fights that we want to see from him. Canelo, easy work this weekend. Easy work. That's the 13th round. Easy work for Canelo this weekend. Don't nobody want to see this sorry-ass fight. Bivol gonna get his ass beat. You can't beat Canelo like that. You can't beat him like that. Bivol gonna get his ass beat. And I'll say this, like I said, Bivol really is low-key sorry if you let some dude that was at 160 2 years ago come up and take your belt. Huh? Man, come on, man. Was Andy Ruiz any good? I mean, not Andy Ruiz. What's my man? John Ruiz. Exactly. He let some 170 Roy Jones come up to heavyweight, beat his ass, and take his belt. Yeah, and John Ruiz let him beat him. That's my whole point. John Ruiz is a bum. You let some little dude come up there and take your belt. Yeah, because John Ruiz is a bum. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. So if you let some little dude come up there and take your belt, you a bum. You ain't that dude. He got his heavyweight championship from a bum. I know that much. No, Canelo's is a great fighter. You don't want no smoke with Errol Spence, though. Errol is coming up. Fight him. Canelo really doesn't want to fight Benavidez, though. Charlo, I don't know. I'm not going to say he don't want to fight Charlo because maybe he sees something where he feels like he can beat Charlo. He don't want Benavidez.
Live on ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook.
I was just going to say Canelo don't want to fight Benavidez. That's it.
Oh.
Just talking to Jesse.
Okay. Well, given that anyone on the Odyssey app or on 1320 AM has no idea what's happening, I think moving on is the good thing. If you do want to know what's happening, you can head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and check out the 13th round playlist. 2.5 minutes worth of boxing that can, by the way, the conversations continue well after Kenny stops recording, but that playlist is available for you over there on YouTube. You can even subscribe to playlists. Like if you want to get alerted anytime a James Ham conversation post or a Deuce Mo conversation post, Olivia Christian, she's going to join us coming up here in a couple of minutes. Anytime a conversation with her post, you can set alerts on playlists to let you know when we post something. So it's great stuff over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons had surgery on his back today. The reports are he's expected to take about 3 to 4 months to heal, and it's obviously plenty of time before the season starts, plenty of time before camp starts. So he'll be ready to go there, and I'm genuinely curious if anyone apologized this morning.
Yeah, I didn't hear no apologies. I'll ask.
They certainly didn't. You know, I'll say this: I don't know if they did or they didn't. I don't, because I don't watch. I know what they did not do, though. If any of them were made, they sure didn't make the effort to put these clips out on social media to see if they go viral when they trash Ben Simmons and talked about his heart and his character and all this different stuff. Because if y'all still believe my man is still not injured, man, he is as committed to the gimmick as anyone. No, cut me open, Doc, just to tell everyone you did it.
Ben, there's nothing wrong with you. No, do it.
I need to say I had surgery.
That's crazy. Here's the thing, and I'm not going to say anybody's lying. I'm not making that proclamation. What I kind of don't get is how do we go from a week ago you were going to play to surgery?
Well, if you follow he had surgery on the herniated discs,
right?
So with the back, and this you can choose to rehab, get that, which is what it sounded like. It's how this started. He was coming back. He was ramping up his intensity. He hurt his back. They found out he had 2 herniated discs. They had the rehab process that led to the moment where I think it was leading into game 3. I think it was that we thought he was going to return, and that had been speculated on for weeks. And following a workout, he was in pain. Clearly, he still has the herniated disc. The doctor, again, not a part of the conversations. I assume the doctor said, you tried the rehab process. It didn't work long term.
Right.
Let's do the surgery part so we don't have to be as concerned about this when the season starts.
Makes sense. So
again, not a part of any of the conversations, but that's just my guess.
I don't want to say it was going to happen anyway, because maybe the rehab would have worked, but there was, even if he would have went through the rehab, played game 3 and 4, surgery was always still a possibility. Right. Like it wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I wasn't aware of. I was like, how do we get from you were about to play to a week and a half later, you need surgery?
That's the case with injuries that you know, when there's not a tear, right? When there's not something obvious to go in and fix. And I don't know what you like. I don't know how you. I'm sure there's an explanation somewhere online. I don't know exactly what they did when they went in there. When you talk about herniated disc, I don't know if, like, are we talking pins? Are we talking like, are we talking like real? I don't know what we're talking about. But anytime you choose to rehab something versus having surgery to, you run the risk of, if you have multiple options and you choose to rehab one, you run the risk of it not working. And normally when you rehab an injury, it's a timeline thing. Mm-hmm. A surgery will keep you out longer. A rehab, we do it right, you could be back in X amount of time. There's going to be far less room for error when we rehab.
Right.
But if we do it right, you could be back in this case, you could be back by, the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. By the way, as hard as this might be for people to believe, it's not the first time rehab hasn't worked for an athlete where they've had to go in and get surgery. It's not the first time that an athlete that says, let's do rehab instead of surgery, and it hasn't worked. Mm-hmm. It's just, Ben is weak and he's this and he's that, and we get clicks off it and we get views off it. So we're going to question his freaking manhood.
Yeah, that's crazy. I still think that, I don't know if, I don't know if it's a anxiety thing or whatever, but the spotlight of the NBA.
Both can be true.
Yeah, I don't know.
Both can be true. But my belief is, this is my opinion, he didn't play because he was hurt. I don't think it was the lights. I think there is an aspect of the lights being too bright and anxiety, whether it's anxiety or whatever. I believe everything you said the day after, I think it was the day of Game 4. Everything you said, that was completely accurate. I agree with everything you said that day and what you just said now. But I believe the reason he didn't play is because he was injured.
Right. And I to be honest with you, I ain't even talking about not playing. I'm just talking about how he didn't show up for Game 4. Because he had showed up all those times before that. Mm-hmm. And then Game 4 after that came out.
Well, to be fair,
he didn't show up.
I completely agree. To be fair, though, that was where he was. That was the injury, right? That's
after
where
the workout. Yeah, after the workout.
So it was where that was where he woke up. Something was off, and he couldn't play, or wasn't going to play. So
it's a scary situation, man. To be honest with you, for Ben and for the Nets and his career moving forward, it's a scary situation. Those backs, and he seems to have a lingering issue with them. Yeah. Hopefully, the surgery helps it out. But I mean, the surgery.
Did CJ have surgery on his broken back spinal?
I don't remember.
I don't remember CJ having surgery. Like, you think of surgery. You think of Dwight. Larry Bird essentially stopped playing. Mm-hmm. Back injuries aren't the easiest to just. It's not an ACL,
right?
You know what I mean? It's not even a shoulder. Like it's the core foundation of your entire body. Mm. And that, it's great. He'll be ready in 3 to 4 months, but like, what's that mean? He'll be ready to what? Will he be ready to be a normal person or a professional athlete?
Right.
Like how intensive was the surgery that they did today?
The other thing about this is, are we looking at the Nets any type of way for trading for Ben Simmons? Like, how do you make that move when this has been kind of lingering?
I think no, I think it was worth the risk. If you get nothing out of it, it was worth the risk. What were you going to do with James Harden? I look at the Nets funny for trading for James Harden. That's what I look at them funny for. You wanted to get rid of Harden, or Harden wanted to get rid of you, whatever. You thought you could roll the dice with Ben Simmons. And by the way, Ben Simmons, obviously a very important part of it, but you got Seth Curry in return. And you got draft picks also. Like, you still got things that can help you, kind of build this team up a little bit. And if Ben Simmons winds up working out, great.
Yeah. I wish Ben Simmons the best, man. I hope he gets healthy enough to get out there and play again. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? That this is just this in part has taken away a whole season of his career, whole year of his career.
Yeah.
That sucks. Get well soon, Ben.
Giants lost 2 in LA. Anything you worried about that?
Dodgers look great. The Giants, they've got to make sure a lot of these guys are healthy moving forward. Yeah, and I still think even if everybody's healthy, I think they still need another bat or two to compete on that level. They've got the pitching when the rotation is right to be able to get with anybody in the league. But I think they need a little bit more offense to be able to compete for 162. Maybe it's a different thing in a series. You got the 2-3 pitchers that can get you there. Maybe you'd be fine. But offensively, it feels like they're lacking a little bit.
Okay. Magic Johnson joined a team to buy the Denver Broncos. Of course, he's a part owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, who you're just speaking of. And we know the Denver Broncos are for sale, as we covered extensively in a previous episode of D'Lo and KC.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Is Magic still part owner of the Dodgers? I thought he had to give that up when he was the GM.
Of the Dodgers?
When he was the GM of the Lakers.
Oh, I don't think so.
I could be wrong. I thought that was what I had heard.
I don't understand. What would one have to do with the other?
I just thought that's what I had heard.
Because I know he did that at various times with the Lakers. I don't feel like it when he took ownership. He had ownership.
Shouldn't matter for the Dodgers.
No, right. But I'm saying I know he had to give up ownership stake with the Lakers on various occasions. But I can't imagine why he'd have to give up ownership stake in the Dodgers.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. He had to give up the ownership.
The only thing he had to give up when he worked for the Lakers was tweeting, and we all know that really upset him. So
that was too much. That was too much. Like, we don't need to give up tweeting.
Is Magic's exit media scrum one of the all-time press conferences in history?
Oh, for sure.
I had to tell him I ain't gonna be here. Like, there's so many quotables out of that as we bring in Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor, who's in yet another different part of her house.
Oh.
Yes.
And you're in the Rick Ross portion of the house because we can hear the echoes and the big room sound. I love it. This is my new favorite bit. Olivia logs into the stream from a different part of her house, and they all look different. It's like 10 different people designed your apartment down there.
I'm really sorry for the echo too. I didn't.
Oh no, it's not an echo. It's a big room sound.
Yeah, the ceilings are very high. And I told you guys, like, I packed up most of my house because I was preparing to move to San Francisco, and I'm still here. So there aren't a lot of things in this space. So it just seems very loud and sound is bouncing. It's great for singing. I sound amazing in this space.
Prove it.
I don't know about my neighbors. My neighbors might object,
but prove it. Sing your favorite. What's your most singable record?
Oh gosh. Well, let's wait for when we're not on the radio.
I firmly disagree. Why do you hate the radio audience? That's awful.
Because they don't get to see it, and they understand why I would be singing. If they had the visual, it would make sense. But just singing randomly.
I firmly disagree with this take. Firmly. But you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Proper introduction, 1320 host and contributor Olivia Christian with us here. Oh, by the way, we've got our phones in front of us. All of the alerts are turned on, as we believe Mike Brown's interview for the Sacramento Kings head coaching position is today, and his final interview is today. He had multiple interviews. If anything happens, of course, we will relay that information to you right away. Have you had fun following all of the Kings off-season drama and the hirings and the candidates and the resignings to go to the NBA? Like, we've had a little bit of everything from the Kings.
Yeah. Have I enjoyed it? I don't know if I'd say I enjoyed it.
I don't think any of us have. Yeah,
I most likely just tell us what's going to happen. I feel like they should line it up all on one day. Dumars is leaving. Here's a new coach. We got these new players. Let's get going. New season.
If they would have interviewed a week ago, like I said they should have, or started it the week of, we would have been a week ahead now. We would have had the new coach. They need to listen to me more.
So what we established is both Olivia and Kenny are extremely impatient. That's what we established. Well, if you're missing basketball, the WNBA starts Friday. I'm gonna be reminding y'all the WNBA is back Friday. So if y'all are really missing basketball, you can get up on some hoops this weekend. Your girl was released, by the way. Cooper was cut.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, I think. Olivia, your internet is getting beaten down by the Brock Lesnar of internets right now.
Little baby, don't you?
Yeah, you're getting the funny
Let me take a
face.
timeout. I'll be right back.
Yep. Olivia's on timeout. She runs a little reset and a reboot right there.
You stumbled across a great question though. What is your best singable song?
Oh man. Man, take your pick, bro. Like, I'll sing them all. You should know that.
Yeah, but what's the best? Like, what? Not like, what do you sound the best with? I think mine is something Jodeci related.
What do I sound the best with? Like in my own head? Oh, drop a Tevin Campbell record on. I'm gonna sound good. Yeah, I'll sound like little Tevin, little T from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Oh yeah, it's gonna be me. Yeah, absolutely.
I think mine's a Jodeci. I got the KC now.
If you really want me to sound good, it's the it's bass from Boys to Men. Like, if you want me to do the talking part, yeah, I can. Hey, baby, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for all the wrong I've done. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that.
It's not. Who sang the song? Who sang Reasons again? Can't hit that.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah, that's right.
No one can do that. Everyone thinks they can. They, in fact, cannot.
Is that on the list with the culture national anthems? You think that's on the list?
Yeah, but it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, you can't sing Reasons, and you can't sing Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Those are just two songs that you can't sing. Like, you let them rock. And then when you sing them, it's almost like you're doing a parody of it when you're singing.
You can let that go, but Reasons, you have to try.
They're exactly the same. You can't sing either one of them.
But Reasons is okay. I'll say it.
No,
Reasons is a better song, so you have to try. You have to try.
Reasons is not a better song. You cut that nonsense off. What is wrong with you? It's a different song.
Reasons is something that you feel. It takes you to a place.
Olivia's back with us. We're going over records that you can't sing. And Reasons is a song you're not supposed to sing because of the tone in which it's originally sang in. And you ruin it. And Don't Stop Till You Get Enough is the same way. You can't sing those songs because they're sung in a specific tone that you can't hit.
And I said, Reasons is such a good song. You have to try. That's why everybody does.
Is that why you're going to try right now for the listening audience? Let's hear it.
No.
Don't try to flip the script. We asked you to sing because you said,
get her.
This is a great house for singing. This is a great spot in the apartment for singing.
I like to sing like 90s Mariah Carey, Vision of Love.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
When she first came out and she was just belting out, like, oh, those are good songs. I really don't want to ruin anyone's Thursday by singing for you all. I try to bring lightness, although the topics that I suggested
Fam,
today, none of
since
them
when? Since when?
I try. I fail week after week. Like,
We wind up by normally by about 3:40. We're down a road where I'm looking around like, man, where how did we get here?
I put on lipstick. I do my hair. I'm like, we're gonna have a good day. Actually, rape culture, abortion access,
like
absent fathers. What's the list of things that I want to talk about?
Like, come to think about it, you ain't put Roe versus Wade anywhere in here.
I did. I didn't literally write Roe versus Wade, but I talk about the necessity of
find a way to connect it.
Yeah, we'll make the connection.
Well,
but before I got cut off because my ghetto internet, and it is ghetto, and I'm going to talk to my provider, and they could
Los Angeles, man.
They may be a sponsor in the future, so I won't call them out, but they know who they are. Yeah, the WNBA starts tomorrow, but I heard you say, Kenny, your girl got cut. Who's your girl?
My girl Tia Cooper got cut from the Sparks.
She got cut.
Yeah.
Well, the whole conversation is like, should we expand? And oh no.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, though.
Can you hear
we got you. No, we got you. You're good.
No.
You guys disappeared on me.
Hold on, Olivia. Hold on. Yeah. We got plenty of time. We're talking about the WNBA. We got to talk about you ignoring me on Twitter over the weekend. We got to talk about that.
Man. Cold.
I did not ignore you, Kenny. I literally replied to you. Unlike you just didn't reply at all. But I replied that I don't communicate on Twitter over the weekend.
Did you see how she's doing this? You see what she's doing this big time? In the estate, in the Maybach O estate. She's going up and down the coast. Nobody knows where she's at from time to time. The next time she do us.
Well, you did exactly what I did. You watched Friday Night Baseball, then you got on Twitter on Saturday and had some thoughts. That's what happened to me. I had some thoughts about the broadcast.
It was specifically for you, though.
I'm sorry?
It was specifically for you because I know that you watch Apple TV. We had talked about it, with the broadcast. And I was like, I had a Friday with an opportunity. I was like, let me check this out. And I don't want to say I was blown away. I thought it was really good. I don't know why people have a problem with the Apple TV broadcast.
I believe you were in all caps, loved it.
I love it.
And then you started talking about the picture quality, which I did not have a problem with. If of all companies out there who could probably produce a great picture, it's going to be Apple. But I had an issue with the commentary, with the production, the people in the booth and the conversation. That was my big hang up.
Now, when you watched it before, was Katie Nolan the person you were talking about, or was it somebody else?
I didn't name anybody, but yes, Katie Nolan was part of that crew. The 3 or 4 of them in the booth.
Yeah. Katie Nolan, Hunter Pence. I don't think Hunter Pence is always there. I think I watched the Giants and Nationals game. So I don't think Hunter Pence is always there. That might've been his first game. So
no, they were a crew. Those 3 go.
Hunter Pence was on the one before too. I didn't know that. Yeah. I even watched the Yankees and Royals game. I thought that was pretty good too.
The commentary
wise. Yeah. I thought it was fine. I didn't hear anything different than what I normally hear on a baseball broadcast. It was a little looser, but it was typical.
To each their own. If you're down for it, you can be down. I struggled with it specifically because it was Jackie Robinson Day, and there were people in the booth who seemed to not understand who Jackie Robinson was. They were calling a Dodgers game. And it just seemed kind of insulting to the man, to the legacy, to the league, to be like, I just found out that he did all these important things. And all the players have the same number on their shirt, and I don't know who they are. And it was just kind of infuriating.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
And there are a number of women who work in baseball much more intently than I do, professionally focus on this stuff that could, I think, make a great commentator or a play-by-play person. And if you bring someone in who is asking about the rules, it really kind of diminishes our ability to really stand up as actual fans of the game, knowledgeable of the game, and take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to us. There are lots of people they could have picked, but she's got a huge fan base. They all do. And, they're a work in progress. So I'm not trying to be a hater, but I hated it.
Also, real quick, name. I thought the video, the views of Oracle Park were views that I've never seen in that stadium's history. I don't know what they did with the drones or whatever. that stood out to me. I had never seen video that way of that park. They got so many different angles and seeing the surrounding area. That was new. That was next level to me.
Yeah, I think the thing with baseball, and we've talked about them being stuck in their ways, they typically have one or two cameras that give you the same shot, right? It's like behind the plates, and you get an out of right field or left field, and then you got who's on at the plate. And like everywhere you go in every ballpark, those are, and every now and then they'll show a fan when a ball goes into one of their beers and it's like a foul ball. And I'm like, oh my God. But you don't really get that essence of where they are because MLB is already, they're all doing the same kind of shot. And that's why I think Apple could really change the game and then like give that experience to people who aren't going to be able to travel to all these stadiums. Yeah. But, and again, that wasn't something that I had a problem with, but I think they just have to do both things. Really keep the fans who have never left, that we're not all that old, he'll still love the rules and the legacy and the traditions, but also want to infuse some youth and some different perspectives into the commentary and to how we even watch the game. There's a huge opportunity to do that.
Agreed.
I wonder how much of this is a test run for Apple TV for the NFL. Like they made a strong big for for Apple TV, the NFL Sunday ticket package or whatever they'll wind up calling it. It's a lot different than presenting an NFL game, but we know that they have worked. They were working for what Amazon ultimately got. They want to be involved in live broadcast TV. In baseball, it's a good sport to start with, right? Because you can try out some different things and you can do some things that. We've joked about this before. I don't know how much of it is actual a joke. Like baseball's, what we consider baseball's primary audience probably isn't going to Apple TV. So if you are younger and you stumble across that game on a Friday night or whatever it may be, though I think that's a tough night to have a live sporting event, you check it out and you try to get accommodated with it. I wonder if this is just a dabble into, and I think they have some soccer stuff, maybe one or two other things on Apple TV already, but I wonder if this is an opportunity for them to look at it. Let's kind of play around with some things to see, like as we move forward in our attempt to land the NFL, our attempt to land the, something with the NBA, or, as we mentioned a minute ago, like the WNBA League Pass needs all the help it can get. Like if you get that on Apple TV, that's a huge win.
Yeah.
It's a huge win for WNBA fans, at least.
Yeah, I would agree. It must be, I think, like you said, baseball is a good entree into whether or not they can pull this off. They can test something. It's a much slower sport, right? Like you don't want to make those kind of mistakes when it's a basketball game or a football game. And so this is a great way, especially on Friday night, because again, the audience might be a bit smaller, to dip your toe in that pond and see how it works out. Figure out those kinks and things.
Agreed.
You mentioned the WNBA expanding a minute ago before you got cut off, and that's something Kenny and I have talked a ton about with Kenny's favorite player, Tia Cooper, getting cut. I think this is the summer that they're starting to, like, they're really legitimately looking at it. And I know Sacramento has long yearned for the return of the Sacramento Monarchs and the belief like we can fill out the Golden One Center. I mean, fill the lower bowl of the Golden One Center in the summer, no problem. But it sounds like there's a lot more traction for an Oakland team. And, I even heard rumblings of potentially Toronto or Nashville as a second edition if they expand by 2.
Yeah, I feel like it's really wild that the Bay Area, and by the Bay Area these days, we include Sacramento. When you guys were young, you guys didn't consider Sacramento the Bay Area, right? Like that's a newish type thing.
It's never been considered the Bay Area.
Yeah. Ever. That's what I'm like, okay. But the fact that Northern California doesn't have a team.
We don't play with that, Olivia. We don't play with that up here.
Well, because so many people have flocked from San Francisco and maybe even San Jose because of prices. I know that you all have been overwhelmed with ex-Bay Area residents who want to feel like they're still there. So now they try to claim Sacramento as the Bay. I'm like, if it takes 2 hours to get there, you're not in the Bay Area anymore.
No, but we're ourselves. We're Sacramento.
You're Sacramento proud. But I do think it's wild that there isn't a team up there. I think because of what Oakland is going through with the exodus of the Raiders and whatever's going to happen to the A's, they are kind of a city that's in need of a professional team. And I think they've got some people who are trying to put together a group to get a team out there.
Well, they have a group.
Yeah,
they absolutely have a group. What I just don't understand, where is this happening at? That's the thing I've never been able to get to. Are they doing this at Oracle? Are they doing this at a college? Like, where are they doing this?
I haven't heard any details about that either. But they have a group, but I'm not understanding maybe that's what they have to figure out. Where are these young women gonna play? And until that what's first, the money or the
no, the money has to come first. They have to have a full-on plan. The reason there's no movement with it is because the WNBA hasn't looked to expand. That's why there's we could talk about bring back the Monarchs. We could look at Vivek like, hey, you said you were going to do this. All we want to. The fact is the WNBA hasn't started running around going, we need to expand. They said, I think it was last calendar year, they said, we're going to start exploring the process of expanding this summer. So what I think that means is all of the stuff that's been happening privately, Oakland, Toronto, Nashville, that stuff's going to start becoming more public. Like, oh, here's what we're looking at. Here's what we're trying to do. Here's what this region has. Here's what this team, this group has.
And real quick, Olivia, let me ask Damian this because he'd have better knowledge of this. The NBA are they just hands off with the WNBA now? Like, are they kind of
for the most part? I don't.
Their own, and why are they doing that? Like, why wouldn't?
Well, because
get involved.
It's not that they're not involved, but when the WNBA launched, all of the teams were connected to all of the WNBA teams were connected to NBA teams, and that's I don't think. Maybe the Liberty, and it's actually I think it's the New York Liberty and the Brooklyn Nets, and not the New York Liberty and the New York Knicks. But I think the Liberty might be the only team still connected to an NBA owner. Like the Sparks are all teams of San Antonio's gone. Las Vegas is Mark Davis. Like I don't think the owners are the same anymore.
Why they?
And that was a big reason why.
Why did the NBA let that happen? In your opinion,
owners didn't want the teams anymore. Joe and Gavin were going broke. Houston, I told you this. Houston was pissed. The Houston owner was pissed that the NBA was getting a chunk, the biggest chunk of Yao Ming's, the Yao Ming stuff that he was doing with the NBA overseas was going to the NBA and not to the Houston Rockets. So in an effort to piss off David Stern, he said, "Oh, you don't want to share this." You don't want to share the Yao Ming pie? Cool. Your little side project over here that won 4 titles, they're gone. The Houston Comets were legitimately eliminated from the WNBA out of spite.
Wow.
And no one's attempted to bring them back. No ownership group has gathered up and attempted to bring them back.
I would say they probably deserve one first, to be honest, if we're being fair.
Well, yeah. So I know that, yeah, I mean, perhaps you got to look at regions. You got to spread them out. But the point is the league needs more teams.
Yeah. That's all.
Did we lose you again, Olivia?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, the league needs more teams, especially because they're cutting players and they have nowhere to go. There's no G League. They will have to go play in Europe or something. And we already know what's going on in Europe. It's very disruptive. And if you have that many players that are NBA or WNBA quality, you don't want just like, we don't have enough teams or we don't have enough spots on the roster, so you get to go home for the summer.
Yeah.
That's and there's too many quality players. Like I said, Tia Cooper's just probably the most famous, but there's a lot of players who were drafted the year before who just get cut. Too many players that it's not that they can't play anymore. It's just there's no room for them in the league. And my question has been, maybe it's a slow rollout, but how much do you guys think they can expand? Like maybe it starts with 2.
I think you could do 2. I don't think you could do more than 2 right now.
That's what I'm saying. Over the course of 10 years, can you do 6? over the course of 10 years?
Man, you've gotta find ways to continue to grow what you already have. Like they're experiencing, I think, some growth and some viewership growth. Olivia's having some struggles, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take Olivia out of the screen because we can hear her, and I don't think she knows that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull her out of the screen. And yeah, you can. You still got to experience growth in this league. Like, you still have the issue with the timing of the season. Now you don't feel like the timing of the season kind of lines up, and there are a lot of people who are like, yo, I know the WNBA season starts tomorrow. There are games that I'll be paying attention to. I'll be watching a number of people around the league that I'm excited about. I'll be watching, coaches and friends, all of that different stuff. There are some people, not my bag. You've got to find it a way, though, to make it. Everyone, you've got to find something that is more universally appealing. I think the game is appealing. I think the stars in the league are very, very appealing. Mm-hmm. And I think what these women do on and off the court is extraordinary. As Olivia is back with us. We'll see for how long. I don't know if you heard any of what I just said. No, this is absolutely the worst. Yeah, definitely. This is dying a very slow, painful death. Like, I bring up the WNBA to lead into the topic, and Kenny's like, no, let's talk Apple TV baseball. Cool. Bring it up again. No. Let's stick with Apple TV baseball here for a second. All right. And now Olivia's internet hates us. I don't know what we did. I don't know if 1140's over there running Olivia's internet connection, but they're trying to take us down now. Hey, we just what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong?
It's not you, it's me. It's me. I'm so sorry. This is the worst. When you can't figure out what it is, that is so infuriating to me. So I really apologize because I'm always excited to get on the show with you guys because I'm holding in all of this stuff, all of these topics for about a week. By the time we get here, I'm ready to let it out. And the fact that the WNBA, I did hear you say that these women do incredible things on the court and off the court. And with what's going on in the world, the draft opinion from the Supreme Court limiting access, actually really outlawing federal access to abortion, made me think about the WNBA and how they led around the Black Lives Matter movement, how they as women, even though, George Floyd was like kind of the catalyst for all of us getting in the streets, they gave up so much of themselves. Yeah, so much of themselves, their finances dedicated to this movement. They constantly were talking about it. And while the draft opinion isn't an actual opinion by the Supreme Court right now, the last few days, I've just been wanting and waiting for men and white women to step up in the way that the WNBA players did, professional athletes and everyday people, to step up and say something about what's going on in the United States right now. And I don't want to have to wait for them, Black women, again, to lead this because it affects everybody. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure they're tired. As players, they're tired. They're fighting for their seasons, trying to get paid, make a living from this, but they also have to carry this burden of woman and being Black in America.
Well, don't forget too, they're also fighting for Brittany Griner now too. Yeah. All of a sudden they've got thrust into that, and they've got to be looking around like, y'all won't watch us play basketball, but you want us to save this goddamn country.
Exactly. Well, that's what it's been, right? I mean, in the history of America, it's like we go to war, we pledge allegiance, we do all of these things to try to add value and have America live up to its principles, its values that are written in the Constitution. When push comes to shove, here's an opportunity to give some love back to a country that doesn't always show us love. There's silence. And I put something on, I don't usually tweet stuff about this stuff. I usually use my Instagram, but I put it on both. I talk about all of those pink hats they were wearing in 2016 when Trump was elected. And oh my gosh, we have to fight for these things. And those pink hats went away very quickly. I don't know where they are now. I think they're potholders or warmers, but they're not out in the streets. And
it's a good conversation. If you remember the pink hats, it's a good conversation starter if it's a potholder.
Bring them out, whatever it takes. If you need to crochet some other garment in order to galvanize people into action. But what Black women need, what the WNBA needs from its fellow sports athletes and owners and things, is for other people to step into this fight. Because Black women are going to be disproportionately hurt by this ruling. But we need them, again, white men in general, and white women to take to the streets. And if you need to borrow those pink hats from somebody in order to do it. I'm sure there are a lot of women out there who have tucked them away, but if you ask them for it, maybe they will pull it out.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's obviously a lot more we want to talk about, including Steph, the NBA, and we've got our eyes glued to our phones. We're not expecting any sort of announcement regarding the Sacramento Kings head coach today, but that doesn't mean we're not paying attention. We've got you covered. Should anything else happen? And I thought Kenny said something there, and he didn't. Boy, this is going well. We are so happy that you are here with us.
I was your hype man. I said we'll be ready. That's all I said.
On Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'm sorry, I brought the dysfunction with me.
No.
You know how hard it is to bring up the WNBA? And then Kenny jumps in and says, hold on. Wait a second. You know, I tweeted you over the weekend. I was like, oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Come on, man. I'm hyping myself up. You could do it. You can get back into this, man. You could do it. There's got to be a way to do it. Tried to mention League Pass. No, that didn't do it. Okay. No problem. I got it. We're going to get it. We finally got there.
Somebody tweeted me and said, don't respond to Kenny. And I was like, yeah.
Oh, that's a cold game. Cold game. It's probably the same guy who said Kenny ruined the Kings.
Yeah, they said I ruined the Kings out here. Blame Kenny Caraway.
That is too bad.
That's a big.
Do you like my stairs? I fell down the last three.
Oh my God.
Three.
Oh God.
Just the last three. But oh my, I think I saw my feet. Like I fell and I saw my feet above my head, and it was like boom, boom, boom. It was so hard.
That's awful. Okay? That's not funny at all. That's terrible.
Are you okay?
I'm all right. I have a couple bruises, but like, you know, when I don't know if you've fallen like that before, but when you fall and then you're
Kenny just did it a couple weeks ago.
I fell down the last stair. I didn't go tumbling, but the last one, yeah.
I'm inevitably going to do it. The only good news is my stairs is carpeted, so I'll have a little cushion.
These stairs are hard as hell, and it's always been my fear falling down those stairs. But I turned around and I had socks on, and I typically don't wear socks on those stairs and I slipped, and when I hit the ground, I was like, am I okay? Are all of my pieces and parts together? Are my teeth yet? I'm an old lady. I have to like do a little check over every part.
Making sure you weren't looking like Chappelle's attacker.
Oh my gosh. That was wild. I felt attacked. Those stairs attacked me emotionally, but I think they make a cute backdrop. That's why.
Oh, it looks phenomenal. It looks incredible. And the light in that room is great. Is it another floor to ceiling window in front of you?
Not like the one that you like.
Okay.
There's only one room that's got all that.
Oh, okay. I got
But yeah, there's some nice sun that comes from here.
I can never drink the last little bit of the juice. I don't know why. Like there's just bottles in the trash of the last little bit of juice.
Is it gross at the bottom?
It's gross at the top. It's gross. I don't drink it because I like it.
There's some Instagram dude. There's a meme, and he's like, "You're not eating healthy because it tastes good, dummy. You're eating healthy to get healthy. Tell yourself this."
Yeah,
that's true.
It's not bad at all. It's just I drink this one because it has the ginger and cayenne pepper in it, so it kind of spikes any bad taste of spinach juice.
Ew.
Pepper. I remember, I forgot who it was. Somebody in my family. They did like at the time it was called the Beyonce fast with the cayenne pepper and the lemon juice, water,
and some honey or something, right, to make it a little sweet. I think there was honey in there.
Wow. Yeah, that was a lot. I didn't do it. I just tasted it one time. I was like, that's a lot.
Yeah, trying to get skinny for dream girls, I think. And that was like the dream girls diet. I'm like, I can't do that.
I see y'all talking about WNBA teams. We've always liked the Aces, and I know this is going to be difficult. Them Sparks, them Los Angeles Sparks, man, they kind of good.
Yeah, I like the Sparks.
Robert Covington has agreed to a 2-year, $24 million extension. with the Los Angeles Clippers. We're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live as well. I just caught some heat during the chat house, or during the commercial. Chat house was asking for WNBA teams to follow. And the Aces, that's top notch. That's loaded right there. Watch that one for sure. The Los Angeles Sparks are really good too. So I don't know. We might be far enough removed from the Monarchs versus the Sparks that I could openly root for the Sparks, man. But that's a loaded team with, Liz Cambage is down there now, and NECA and Shanae are down there. Like that's a squad right there.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm kind of hitting myself with the
Lake Show.
Sort of. But
Go ahead, play it again for you.
I know.
It's out there.
It's out there. But I didn't say I was rooting for him. I just said, it's a good squad. It's a good squad for sure. Here's a little note. We caught this during the break, guys. The Los Angeles Clippers. This from Adrian Wojnarowski, and it has nothing to do with our Sacramento Kings. Robert Covington has agreed to a 2-year, $24 million extension to stay with the Clippers. So
good for Robert Covington. Clippers are loading up, man. Clippers are going for the gusto next year.
They got to. They're kind of running out of time, aren't they? You can't bank on. You can't bank on Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. You've got to go into like they're healthy this year. This is going to be our year. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah. If they don't win one, Olivia, if they don't win one, is that because the Brooklyn Nets thing was a failure, right? Could we all agree on that? The Brooklyn Nets thing was a failure.
Yes.
Would the Clippers thing be a failure if they don't win a title?
I don't know about a title, but they've got to make a bigger run to it. If they get to the finals,
okay, I
think that might be enough at least. But yeah, they got to make a move. This is the year to do it, or it'll be considered.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why Olivia's internet seemed to love the commercial break and hate when we actually went back on the radio. So Olivia, if you can hear me, we lost. Let's just acknowledge we lost. Like she's like pixelating in the screen below. Let's just acknowledge we lost this one. The internet is won. We love you. We'll see you next Thursday, because I'm gonna throw my head against the wall if this keeps happening. Olivia was legitimately the commercial, and now my internet is bad. But Olivia was legitimately the commercial that you like to mimic.
Hush, little baby, don't you cry. And
that commercial is really funny. That commercial is legitimately funny.
Yeah, every time. Yeah, that sucks, man. Come on, man. Internet needs to do better.
No, we dealt with internet issues.
Al Gore's internet needs to do better.
Al Gore's internet does.
Beyonce's internet needs to do better.
Well, everything is Beyonce. Steve Kerr says that Dillon Brooks' Game 3 suspension doesn't matter. He's only concerned about Gary Payton's injury. I understand that. Don't harp on what happened. Just move forward. Get your guy better. Hopefully you're still playing when Gary Payton gets better. Gary Payton, the second, if you will, gets better. Well, thrown for a little bit of a loop. We had a whole thing planned with Olivia, so we'll do what we do here in freestyle. Kenny, how about those Celtics?
You know what time it was.
How about them Celtics?
Man, them Celtics, boy, they look tough, man. They look tough. Jaylen Brown doing what he do. They didn't miss a beat defensively with Marcus Smart. I just can't talk enough about the Boston Celtics.
Oh, man, we can't. So as we lay out all the amazing things the Boston Celtics did, KC, you want to switch back over to the Comrex to clear us up here a little bit. So the running joke is, by the way, yesterday, we got into a conversation. It was probably about Mark Jackson, Mike Brown. I don't know what it was about, but we got into a conversation yesterday, and it wound up eating a lot of time. It was like, yo, we got to talk about that performance from the Boston Celtics last night, man. Stepped up, no Marcus Smart, Tatum worked, Brown worked. I think they combined just off the top of I think it was 59 points combined for the two. Oh, missed it this segment. We'll get it the next one. No, we'll be right back. We'll get it next. And Jesse, of course, our esteemed producer, Boston Celtics fan, it kind of just kept getting brushed to the side. So the joke this morning was the new running bit will be like, if we run out of something, let's just talk about the Boston Celtics. Well, we lost Olivia 20 minutes earlier than we expected to. So how about them Celtics?
And here comes that Celtics talk. It was me all along.
I love it. Jesse running the internet.
You all bought it. You all bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, you got us, buddy. Well done. Well done. All right. So if I asked you to name the best team in basketball right now, this is hyperbole. I'm not asking you to predict the champion. I'm talking about best team in basketball right now. Who is it?
The Suns.
Not the Heat?
No. I got to be keeping it a stack because I don't like Phoenix. But yeah, I would take Phoenix over in a series or in a one game. I would ride with them to win over anybody right now. I think
that's tough to argue.
The most complete team. I think they're the deepest team. And they have the combination of role players and stars that can go off at any time that I don't think anybody else can match.
Yeah,
They're not unbeatable, but that's who I think is the best team.
They're certainly not unbeatable. I don't think they're losing in this series, though.
Mm-mm.
I don't think they're losing to the Dallas Mavericks.
Suns Warriors is,
and I don't mean the series. I mean the game. I don't think they're losing a game to the Dallas Mavericks.
I still think that Dallas might be able to get one. If they are going to get one, it would probably be game 3. Because if the Suns get them in game 3, I think they finish them off in 4.
It feels like the Suns. It feels like they're locked in, and not to say that they took last season for they took it for granted. Not to say that they were lazy. Not to say anything along those lines. It feels, and maybe this is just hyperbole to last night because Chris Paul had that look in his eye. Like he had that look in his eye, and he was looking directly at the Dallas Mavericks bench. Like he was in, as Mark Jones would say, he was in his bag, and he was feeling some type of way yesterday.
Oh, for sure. He
was feeling.
I know they was talking over there on the sidelines. That's what Theo and Hardaway Jr., all those guys, they be talking. And Chris heard everything and gave it right back at him. And he was even staring at Jason Kidd a couple
I didn't
times.
even see the origins of that. What did something happen, or was
just
it literally just that? It was just talk. Okay.
Yeah, Theo Pinson? I think it's Pinson. Mm-hmm. He talks all the time. To be honest with you,
which is wild.
I would love for Theo to be on the team, on the Kings.
On the Kings?
Yes.
Because of his attitude?
He's so much fun.
Because of his attitude? Okay.
Yeah, he's so much. Theo is the type of guy that you need in the locker room. Like he's a galvanizer. He'll bring everybody together. Not like saying he's the leader, but I would love to have Theo on the squad. Absolutely love it. Theo had to clap back at somebody a little bit the other day because the other thing about it is him and Chris Paul are cool, right? Mm-hmm. So Chris was talking to Dave McMenamin, I think, and after game 1, and he was like, "Yeah, they got good ball players over there, Luka and Dinwiddie and Brunson and even Theo over there or whatever." And then McMenamin was like, "Oh, Theo's in street clothes. He didn't play." And he's like, No, don't do that. Like, you can go. And then Theo got on Twitter and was like, he didn't say dweeb, but it was almost just because don't dress
dork
play. Y'all need to recognize that. And yeah, that became a little bit of a thing. But I love Theo. I'd love to have him on the team.
To play or just to pop off?
He's not a terrible player, but I don't think he's a difference maker. But if he was in street clothes all year, I'd love it. I'd love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be a big fan.
I mean, I still think we could do that with Amon Shumpert, but if Mark Jackson's coming in, maybe we don't need it because we've got the guy right there to motivate everybody in Mark Jackson.
More of the energy.
And I didn't mean that sarcastically. Mark Jackson has energy.
But I'm saying the more the merrier. We can take Jackson, Theo, and Amon.
Okay. And Steve Clifford, too. Let's bring them all in.
Oh.
Bring in Mike Brown. Just bring all three finalists in here to run the team, and the Sacramento Kings will give up 31 points per game. I don't know how many they're going to score, but they'll give up 31.
They might score 30.
Let's go. But they'll still finish with 30 wins. Best defense in the league. Finished with 30 wins.
That would just be so disheartening.
Disheartening. Wouldn't it be the most Sacramento Kings thing ever?
Absolutely.
Y'all want better defense? You got it.
That'd be so disheartening that we finally figured out this thing with defense and it leads to nothing. It leads to a dead end. Now we can score to say.
Can't wait for the tweet at the end of the year. For the first time in NBA history, the number one ranked defensive team finished with the third worst record. It just could. Were the Knicks the top defense?
Damn.
I mean, they were number one last year. I mean, we know who was number one this year, right, Jesse? Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I mean, no wonder. Hopefully not in the new studio. No wonder the Celtics defense is untouchable. Hey, Bill Belichick in the booth with in the box with Brad Stevens the other night.
Hey man, it's all connected, man. It's all connected. It's a Boston thing.
He's telling Brad how to slow some of these guys. I'm gonna tell you how to stop Giannis. It's Bill Belichick coming up with the game plan to stop Giannis out there.
He does it all. Who says he's not the greatest coach of all time? He does it all. They did a great job on Giannis the other day. Just kind of making things difficult, frustrating them. But the thing that I love about Giannis is he don't stop. He don't stop. He keeps going. And it's not going to be a situation where, we stopped him. He's going to stop attacking the basket. He's going to start shooting threes. No, he's going to keep getting after you. And you have to stay focused if you're the other team playing defense on making sure that you are disciplined with the game plan the entire time because he's not going to stop. Mm-hmm. And if you get undisciplined, if you lose focus in 2 or 3 possessions, you let him get into a groove, that's all he needs a lot of the time. So credit to Boston for staying locked in on what they were trying to do and staying with the game plan because Giannis ain't going to stop.
Can I throw this at you? We had just mentioned the Robert Covington deal with Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers. Our friend Bobby Marks, cap guy.
Yeah, our guy.
Mentioned what was it, 2 years, $24 million?
Yep.
The Clippers' projected tax bill with that deal went from $17.8 million to $54.9.
Wow.
Robert Covington was really expensive.
Wow.
To the Los Angeles Clippers. I get it. Not like they care, but it wasn't a $12 million deal for the Los Angeles Clippers. It was about a $37 million deal for the Los Angeles Clippers. I take that back. It was about a $12 million deal for the Clippers. It was about a $37 million deal for Steve Ballmer.
Yeah. And look, Steve Ballmer don't even realize it. It's not because he's not paying attention because he's inept. It's just because he's like, it's whatever. I wonder how that dude pays bills. Like, all of his things are on automatic.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Steve Ballmer isn't actually in charge of the bills that gets paid.
Yeah,
the only bill that's in charge of getting paid is the guy he pays to pay those bills.
Like,
and he's probably got a guy to pay that guy who pays the bills.
Like, Ballmer don't even PG&E goes up. Can you imagine? Can you imagine him being like, bro, hold on. PG&E last week was 150. Now it's 250. Yo, this is crazy.
I wonder because there are all these stories, you know, well, rich guy, the reason rich guys are rich is because they do pay attention to things like that. Like, does Steve Ballmer like file the state rebate when he bought his electric car? Like, did he get the electric car and go, hey, what do I got to do to get my $750 rebate? Like, how do I do that? And Bob, make sure that when we get home and we get the charger installed, that we get the SMUD rebate for $250. Like, make sure we get all our green energy initiative rebates here.
That's how your boy is. Your boy Bron. They say he ain't got a new phone in like 10 years.
Yeah, they say Bron's not allowed to play the music during practice because his Spotify still has commercials.
I remember one time they asked LeBron, I forgot where it was some story or interview, I don't know, but they said LeBron, when was the last time you checked the price tag? He's like, I don't know. Come on, man. He ain't even checking the price tag. It's mine. I spin it. Ain't even checking a price tag. I love that. That's what
I don't know, man. I'm still more amused at Steve Ballmer filling out a rebate form because they make rebate forms as difficult as possible because they don't really want you to submit it, and it's like 40 pages worth, and take pictures and add this and wait 14 to 16 weeks for the check to come, and then you forget all about it, and all of a sudden the check shows up. Like by the 17th week, Steve Ballmer's calling the state like, hey, my rebate for the electric car hasn't come in yet. Like, what's the deal here?
This is ridiculous.
I bet you Steve Ballmer can account for every penny spent. He strikes me as the type of guy who can account for every single penny spent.
I absolutely think so too. The other thing that like used to trip me out, it's not illegal or anything like that, but it just kind of trips you out, is I knew somebody that worked for EDD, and they come across claims from like Ice Cube. Like, yeah, I need my $350 a week. Because technically they're independent contractors, and when they're out of contract, they're unemployed. They can legally file for their unemployment. Yeah. Ice Cube. Yeah, I need that $350 a week, bro. Run that.
So I have a friend in the music industry. He once joked about getting that unemployment check. I thought he was joking. My man was dead serious. He said, man, I hadn't had a gig in a while. And I thought, man, I'm just going to apply for unemployment. Man, I got $900 over like such a, 2 weeks or whatever it was. Like, man, I get this for not working. I think it changed musicians' life, man. Oh, I laughed. I absolutely thought he was kidding until he started giving me all the numbers. It was like, oh, you do live that life. Okay. All right. Hey.
Okay. It's there. You pay into it.
There it is.
You pay into it. Might as well collect.
I mean, yeah. Well, good thing here in Sacramento, you just get employed for 2 extra years that you don't actually work. So Luke Walton can't file for unemployment yet because he's getting paid. Vlade Divac cannot apply for unemployment.
That's the King's unemployment plan right there.
Just to be a smart ass. Just to be a smart ass. You think Mike Brown goes, tell me about your unemployment plan. Oh, that's easy. We're going to pay you well after we fire you. That's our MO here. We once paid 4 coaches at the same time. Shoot, we're playing 2 and next year, the Kings will in fact be paying 3 head coaches. Who they hire, Alvin and Luke, plus Vlade.
Wow.
There's a very real possibility. This is wild. There's a very real possibility, and I don't know this for sure. We could ask James tomorrow because James kind of alluded to it, but I don't know if he knew the number. Vlade's contract could run out at the exact same time as Monte McNair's.
Fam. Jeez.
Let that sink in.
They gotta button up this whole operation. Things like that are going on. They gotta button up this whole operation. This is getting out of control.
Oh, that is incredible to think about. Yeah. Vlade, Luke, Alvin, and Monte McNair will all come off the books at the same time.
No,
I assume Wes Wilcox would
smile and have a good old time.
Oh man,
still getting paid.
Sacramento's it's a cold world out here. Dude, it's a whole absolutely good. Itself. We absolutely could. Got a whole front office of people here.
Did you figure out what you're doing tonight, man? No bad.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm watching baseball.
So the good news is, so I don't know what we're doing tonight. Tomorrow, we're coming on at 12, and we're all waiting. Because we ain't got a game to recap. And spoiler alert, I've got nothing left on Mike or Mark or Clifford. I'm tapped out.
Likewise, bro. You think we find out tomorrow? I think we find out tomorrow. I think it happens tomorrow. And
I kind of think
one
so.
reason as well, and it could happen anytime. But if it is Mark, I think they might want that on the telecast.
The Friday night telecast. Sure. It's a good point. Good point.
I want to have that chatter going on during the broadcast. Congratulations to our guy, Mark.
Okay. Now this is settling in. That's a great point. Same is true for Saturday. Because it's Mike. The only one who gives us nothing is Steve. Steve Clifford gives us nothing. But you'll have Mike Brown on the sidelines of the Golden State Warriors on Saturday. You'll have Mark Jackson in the booth on Friday.
Check this out before we go, though. Mark having to say congratulations to Mike during the telecast. Oh.
This is the whole show tomorrow. That's it. This is what we got for you. Be with us tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go nobody.
There's a lot of WNBA teams that have local broadcasts, just not here. Like we did like you're getting if you get League Pass, what you're getting is the local broadcast.
Hell, the local broadcast is what they play on NBA TV.
Yeah.
That's
what it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks, Ramsey. Go Oilers. All right. Thank you.
I ain't even got a show to watch, to be honest with you. I got nothing. What is that? It's a Marvel movie? On HBO Max? Come on, man. You know I don't leave my house. What are we doing? I still haven't watched the Batman. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, I was looking for. I can't remember what. Oh, I think it maybe just a bad night with Smoothie. Something precluded me from watching it last weekend.
Who is this guy? Trying to steal my stick.
I have not
on DVR. I saw the first episode.
I saw the first two.
Yeah.
I haven't watched since
tonight. New episodes tonight too.
Are you caught up? Oh.
I know
Chris has been watching it.
I kind of don't like that. Like I like that. I watched the first 2 episodes and I enjoyed them, but I kind of wish they were in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So who's this guy stealing my whole shtick? Kyle Cohen. Kyle Cohen says, he tweets out, According to at the Stein line, ESPN broadcaster Mark Jackson has impressed NBA Kings, #Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in the head coaching interview process. He tweeted this out an hour ago. Kyle Cohen tweeted this out an hour ago. Sir, this came out 3 days ago.
I think those are real reasons Twitter accounts should get suspended. Like, look, man, you don't tweet responsibly.
Yeah, he said some stuff during trade season, didn't he? He's like the Hoop Central or something like that, but it's a real person actually doing Hoop Central stuff. You gotta tell me twice.
The Kings will announce their next head coach. That's it. That's the whole tweet.
Oh, you know that.
Alert. Tell me something honest.
Tuckerell game against the Raiders. Might have been a fumble.
Tom Brady is sneaky good at social media. Tom Brady's team is sneaky good at social media. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I had to do something that gets it retweeted. Yeah. So I got it. It has to look like a real report. Sources. The Sacramento Kings will be looking to decide on their next head coach in the coming days. #King.
That's good.
Tweet.
Y'all know what to do before you go.
It's about time.
Y'all know what to do. Jesse was quick. Oh wow.
Oh wow.
This is absolutely one of my favorite bits in the world.
We got to check on Olivia too. Olivia might be throwing things around like Brian McCray.
Yeah, I text her. I was like, sorry. Because I stopped. It's one thing to do. I just didn't know if she could hear me or not. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
He's going viral.
Oh, damn. Woo.
Dr. David tagging Stephen A. Woj and Bart Scott.
Oh man.
Bart Scott. I'm dead.
Oh man.
Oh man.
This
to go crazy.
This is what the internet is made for. This right here. Oh, 100%. 100%.
That's all I'm waiting on. I'm waiting for those people.
Soren, big if true. I like this. Oh man, I love this.
Slit out here, man. Come on, man. Slit.
Love it.
Whew.
All right, let's go have fun with Kenny's tweet on the internet. 9 retweets already. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Look, I gotta follow off of this.
Big news from Murph here. The Kings will hire the first black coach in NBA history. Oh man. All right, y'all. Appreciate you. Thanks for having fun. Keep them quote tweets coming. The quote tweets are the funniest.
Bring them.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I don't know what tomorrow will be, but we'll see y'all tomorrow.